We're live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Gabbing Doodle. It's Thursday afternoon. It's approximately 3 o'clock Eastern, which means that we're starting a little bit late today. We have a guest on that was only able to join at 3 and after, so we're going to go from 3 until whenever. The guest that we have today is a good friend and expert in kidlit and cartoons and all sorts of fun stuff. And we will get into all those fun details as we talk. I've actually had this guest on once before during a game in Doodle, but have been meaning to have them on for an official Gabbing Doodle for quite some time. You may know this guest is backwards, but from the Louise series, Kelly Light. I know it's backwards. You'll have to manage that. And there's a various early readers and things of the sort that go along with that. Kelly is, I believe, I hope, the amount that I've read in posts about their master's program and how close they are to being finished, I just hope that they're almost done, because it's been going on for a while, and I want them to be ready to get out there and not have to deal with their thesis anymore. So let me put in the standard stuff here. I forgot to post last week's session on YouTube, so I will do that tonight, hopefully. It does take some time, just especially when it's in parts, it takes a while. And then there are folks that have questioned potentially about the new Cher app and what's going to happen. My thought right now is I'm still going to stay on Instagram, and so this will be here, but I might actually look at the idea of jumping to YouTube at some point for these sessions. I got to figure out all this stuff. It's not something I'm going to figure out today. Let's put it that way. It's going to be a while. So I see our guest has joined us, so let me let them in, and then we'll get started for the day. Let me boop, boop. I'm just hitting buttons on my screen here. Weird. Okay, the invite is sent. I'm unwrapping a new Posca color. So once Kelly sees the invite and hits OK, I saw Kelly there, so that means that she's just toying with me now, not accepting this is all one big ruse to leave me hanging. All right, we're gonna see. I'm gonna try canceling it. I'll do it again. Let's see if sometimes it takes the second round to go. See if that works. If not, I'll give it just a minute and then I'll try again. So I'm getting nothing there. So what I will do in the meantime, I want to chat with people. Oh shoot, what was I gonna say? Okay, one thing. My dogs are upstairs by themselves. They might bark, so be forewarned. But let me try this again, just see, make sure that we can get Kelly on. I know that Kelly was cleaning their studio desk, which means they're getting prepared. I tried to clean mine up a little bit, but it's still a hot mess, and it forever will be for the rest of my life. I don't dare. It says unable to join. Okay, let me try one more time. It always does that at least once. And if not, Kelly can request to join, and I can let them in another way. Let's see. The invite is resent. We'll cross our fingers that we don't have the issues that we had with the internet like last time. All right, Kelly, if you're watching, which I believe you are, down at the bottom, there should be a little, looks like a camera with a plus. I believe that's what it is. If you click on that, it will let me know. And I think that may work. If not, I can keep trying to send a invite your way. I'm watching. How's everybody doing? Unable to join. Okay, weird. Let me try this again. I'll try one more time and see. We've had Kelly on before, so I know it works. It's a matter of just getting it. There we go.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
Could you hear me that whole time talking to you?
I couldn't. I actually was like sitting waiting in the DM space, like waiting for the invite to come through. Okay. So I checked like twice and you were like, blah, 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 blah. I forgot to post something last week. And so I was like, all right, I'll go back and wait.
Okay. Is that where it comes through? To be honest, I don't even remember. Does it just
pops
show up in the
down?
DM?
It just kind of drops down from the top.
Oh, okay.
And I'm just like I just have to be in like the waiting room.
Okay. I've never been on the receiving end apparently.
Right.
And so like I don't even know what it looks like. How are you?
I'm good.
Did you clean up your desk?
I cleaned it up, but then my whole thing was like, okay, it's embarrassingly messy, but then you're really not going to see it, you know?
the amount of junk and piles of things off to the side, like off camera in my studio is pretty ridiculous. Let's put it that way at best. And so, I mean, I have just like weird random pieces of paper that don't need to be there and like glue.
With you must have so many scraps.
Yeah, my floor here, this summer, one of my goals is to go through and clean up. I bought this like lovely bin right here, this gigantic bin to put scraps in.
Yeah.
This is the first scrap that's gone in it right there. So I've had it for weeks and I haven't bothered because there's so much just like stuff. It's overwhelming at this point.
Yeah, it's like Mick Sorley's ale house. Have you ever been there with the peanut shells on the floor?
No, I've heard of it. That's what
your studio must be like. But
is that a bar or is that a restaurant?
It's a bar. It's like one of the two oldest bars I think in New York City.
Yeah.
But that's you probably like walk through piles of paper scraps.
I walk upstairs because I'm in sort of a finished basement, and I walk upstairs and I have I'm like, what is on my foot? And I pull it and it's just like it's a piece of tracing paper with glue like stuck to my foot. Yeah. Or I'll end up getting upstairs and put my socks in the wash, and I'll be like, what is this? And I peel it off and I'm like, oh, it's a piece of tissue paper. Yeah. Or tracing paper rather. So for those that don't know you, will you give just a little quick synopsis of who you are? And again, they should all know, but who are you?
Who am I? I'm Kelly. Yeah, what's my deal? I wish I knew. So yeah, I'm Kelly White. I am an author illustrator of picture books, as well as now a teacher, right? And teaching drawing 2 and about to start teaching drawing for animation this semester. So I had a book series, I would say, that came out about 10 years ago from HarperCollins, with starring a character named Louise who loved art, and it was called Louise Loves Art. And then I illustrated some chapter books. Yeah, that's the first picture book. Yeah, and and I've kind of been on a journey for the last couple of years to kind of figure out what comes next and how to utilize my different areas of past work kind of in new ways. And I think that's one of the things we could talk about is like the way you kind of have to figure out different ways to support yourself as an illustrator, especially when you think one way is really going to work and you're like, yeah, well, that was nice for a while.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I was just talking with do you know Chad Beckerman?
I do.
Yeah, we were talking the other day. I went to school with him, and I was like, hey, we should catch up. So we spent like an hour and a half on Zoom the other day just chatting to each other, and we were talking about sort of the idea of having to adapt and reinvent yourself frequently, and if you don't do that, you're just like you're gonna fall behind in most cases. What was your job before? Because I know that it was something to do with like cartoons.
Yeah.
And I know that it was
the job I had the longest career I had was in cartoon licensed merchandise.
Okay.
So being a character artist for properties like Hanna-Barbera and Disney and Warner Brothers and Ren and Stimpy and Peanuts and Henson and King Features and so that's what I went into after I left animation, right? Which is something else that we can also talk about, leaving animation and going to a different career with that background, which I think is an excellent background to have. It really is.
For what we do in Kidlit specifically, like the idea of being able to capture movement and to capture flow and to sort of, I mean, we're essentially doing like keyframes,
right,
in our picture books. And if you can understand story and storyboarding and like the 180 rule and all those things that go along with animation, like it makes it a lot easier. I'll say that much.
It really does. I think for me, there was a time of trying to pare down how broad everything was in my head to how spare a picture book is. That took a couple years for like my brain to go like, oh, I can't put everything in the kitchen sink in a picture book. I have to learn that, like, you know, there's this beautiful kind of less is more thing, you know, in a picture book.
I remember there was a time where I was talking with some agent ages ago, and I remember saying like, well, picture books are easy because it's less amount. And it's like, no, it is not. It is like you have to pick the exact thing. Like I'm sketching out a book right now, and it's actually all the sketches are due on Wednesday, and I just started yesterday. I've been so bogged down I haven't had a chance to do it. But one of those things where like I was going through the manuscript and I was like, man, there's so much happening on this page, and like how do I get all this in, and where do I cut? Like it mentions like elements that are in the background, and it's like, do I actually have to show that, or is there a way to like hint at it by like in this case it's a washer dryer that's making some noise, and it's like, well, do I actually have to show it operating, or can I just do something that hints at the noise?
Right.
And is that enough that will like invoke the reader to understand what's going on? And like making those decisions, whereas in like animation or long form things, you can just go, you know what, I'm just going to show it. And like, no, you don't have that choice. You don't have that real estate, as I say, to play with.
There's just not as many shots, right? Yeah. You can always do short shots, quick edits. Like there's all those things you can do when you're actually moving, you know, your images. But that's how I think about the picture books. Is I whether I've written the book or if I get a manuscript, it initially is like this animated short in my head. Like I'm reading it and I'm like, oh, I can see all this stuff going on, you know, in my head, and I have to push exactly the right moment. That's how I think of like, all right, but what if I push pause? Like, would I get, you know, would I get the image that would work, you know, or tell just enough, right? Tell just enough for that moment. Right, because you're talking about the washer and dryer, and in my head I'm hearing chugga chugga chugga. Like, I'm thinking,
want to see the spinning, but like
I
can't show the spinning, like it doesn't move, so it's gonna look stationary. So how do I, or the one that I've ended up with, this is the fourth book in the Penny series, and it's about a piggy bank, which I think it's been announced. Shh, don't say anything if it hasn't. But the piggy in it, there's moments where he's crying, but it mentions it in a couple things, like he's sobbing, and then in another thing it's like he's yelling, and it's on the same page, and it's like, okay, which one do you pick?
Right.
Like, or can you combine it so it looks like he's sobbing and crying at the same time?
Right.
And like those are those things where like it takes knowledge and it takes years of experience to know like what is the best, and this is where you excel. And I want to make sure that at the top we talk about this too, but the cartooning thing that you're doing, with cartoon everything, Cartoon, anything,
Cartoon,
everything.
everything.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
Yeah.
But that idea of like just the perfect pose,
Right.
and just the perfect expression can mean so much. And with all that years experience, I mean, not you're still spring chicken, but the years experience with with doing the licensing side of things to know exactly like what's going to sell that thing and capture the character that you're trying to relate to all the audience and whatnot.
I mean, you think about, and one of I always when I teach the character design class that I give, you know, I always say that the Scott McCloud How to Make Comics book is worth the price of purchase of that book for 2 pages, which are his expression pages.
Yep.
Because he goes into, it's not just happy, sad, mad. You know, like you can put together fear and you can put together surprise, right? And then you have horror, horrified, or, you know, you can put, and that's it. Like you said, sobbing and screaming. You can sob and scream. Right? Your face can sob and scream at the same time. It doesn't matter is there any time in that page you have to draw? Is there time that passes between the sob and the scream?
Yeah. Can you do vignettes? Can you do a sequential thing? Like when I give out assignments or it has some sort of emotion, I immediately go and drop all the basic ones, and I get into like things. So like instead of sad, it's like morose.
Right.
And like there's a difference between those two. And if that is just like I got a frowny face, and morose is like, oh, everything, the world is falling apart, and like it's those kind of if you can capture those, then you got it. And so that may be
and understanding, like, and this is one of the things that I'm always amazed when I watch these gabbing doodles, which I have many times, and I watch you cut your paper, is that for me there will be a scribbly drawing, a cleaned up sketch, and a final drawing. For you, you're cutting. You are cutting. No, you actually do some scribbly sketches first?
I do. Here, like today, I drew this out. This is going to be what I do today.
So you are. Okay, cool.
Now, not all the time.
I feel so much better now.
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I just go without a sketch. Okay. But today, I wanted to do something about a deli counter.
Awesome.
And so I drew out a little doodle just to give me some guidance.
Cool.
But it won't look like this. It won't be like to a T of any sort. But
because if you think about, and I know because I have reviewed a million portfolios, which you are, you probably do, and you're teaching all the time. Like the idea of like I see so much stiff character drawing, just so much. So sometimes I was like, I can't help everybody. Like I just can't help everybody. But it is that it's not just about the face. It's so much about the body. So much of feeling morose is so much about the body. It's like you have to actually like think about it, and you have to actually like think about that feeling, and oh my God, like the world is ending. Like you have to feel it. Then you draw it.
The pig book that the piggy bank book that I'm working on, like the pennies in all the series, it's like it's a penny. It doesn't have a lot of flexibility. It's a circle. However, the pig, like technically it's ceramic, so it shouldn't move. But I went back to the old like flour, the sack of flour for it, and it's like I'm doing every. I don't think it's gonna look like a standard, just like perfect oval piggy bank every time. It's this weird like kidney bean shape moving around in all of it, because I just like I need the action. I've done so many stiff like coins that I need something other in this book. So tell me a little bit at the top here. Tell people a little bit about the cartoon everything, just so we'll hit it a couple of times throughout, because do you still have spots left?
We have 3. So so cartoon everything is it's a workshop. So it's at the Highlights Foundation, which if nobody knows what the Highlights Foundation is. So the Highlights Foundation is literally the Highlights magazine family.
Yep.
So if anybody knows the Highlights magazine, it's something that's going on, I think, as a bigger publication since the 1940s. That family has such an amazing kind of motto to promote literacy to children. So they started with the magazine. They have a small publishing wing, and then they had this family farm that nobody wanted to farm anymore. And a guy named Ken Brown kind of wanted to make a place where people who created books for children could come and work on creating books to promote literacy for children. Yeah. So back in 2012, or 2013 or 2012, was the first time I got to be like on faculty at a Highlights Foundation retreat, and have been regularly since then. And then last year, they asked me, would I like to do my own kind of programming? Usually the programming is very, very, towards children's publishing. Yep. How do you make a picture book dummy? How do you, I've done character design there, but it's usually geared towards that. So my dream workshop to give would just be on cartooning skills.
Yep.
So that is what this workshop is. It is really based on how do you level up your cartooning skills, no matter where you are, focusing on the things that make, just what we've been talking about, what makes your drawings really come to life. Whether you want to do picture books, comics, graphic novels, kids comics, comic strips, there's so many storyboards, there's so many different facets of illustration that cartooning skills apply to. So why not just work on your skills?
Is this a multi-day retreat, or is it a single workshop? What is
it? Is a multi-day retreat. So, and I am co-instructing it with Christian J. Meese, who is a Reuben Award nominated indie graphic novel cartoonist, and an award-winning caricature artist. And I met him when I'm finishing my MFA. He finished last year. Two people who have very similar, past lives of loving cartoons and making cartoons our whole lives. But then his direction has been comics and caricature, and I've done animation and children's books. So actually, he studied animation at one point too. So, so I figured if I could bring somebody in who knows the world of comic books and graphic novels far better than I do, when we opened it up to people, we would have this diverse, background of teaching to, experience to draw from. So it is a 2 full day, 2 half day. So I think you come after 3 on the first day, then you have 2 full days, and then you leave after lunch on the 4th day. So it's August 11th to the 14th in Pennsylvania at the Highlights Foundation. We have 10 spots, and we have 3 spots left. And we wanted to keep it small because you want to be able to work with everybody.
Yeah. You want to have the one-on-one sort of relationship. Yeah. And it's just cartooneverything.com. They can sign up there.
Yep. Right. Cartooneverything.com for all information and to sign up. And this month you have to sign up by the end of June. Like June 20th, I'm hoping people will be signed up for it, for these last 3 spots. It's going to be fun. I mean, how do you not have fun just talking about cartoons, watching cartoons, because we're going to watch cartoons. You got to watch cartoons.
And go to a nice retreat, because I've heard the Highlights. I've never been to it. I know so many people that have been.
Yeah.
And from what I've heard, it's a lovely getaway. So it's a mini vacation with a little bit of
yes.
Inspired working.
Exactly. It's this beautiful spot in the woods of Pennsylvania. You get your own cabin, so it's kind of like glamping because it's not rough. You're not roughing it. It's cute, and all the meals are prepared, and the meals are amazing. It's all like farm to table kind of food. So you just eat and you draw, and you're surrounded by bunnies and deer, and it's great.
I just imagined it was going to be like Highlights themed, like kids food. You get ants on a log. you get juice boxes. You get vegetables hidden in things where you're not ready for it. So tell me a little bit, because I will talk about this. I know people want to probably see us draw, but tell me about what you're going to draw today. Do you have a sense? Are you just going to doodle? Do you have some goal?
My hope was to doodle. So about a week ago, I was like, yeah, it would be so nice to just doodle with Mark. But I am in the weeds with my thesis. So I have literally my thesis down in front of me. And because I have been working a lot, because my mom's in treatment for cancer, I've been working a lot at the hospital. So I have so much on my iPad. And I feel like I have paper here. Should I feel the need to grab paper and doodle, I have it. But if I don't get my thesis done, I'm in trouble.
When is it? I feel like this thesis has gone on for so long at this point. When is it due?
I graduate in July. Everything has to go to the printer. Today is what, June 6th. So my goal is that everything is off at the printer by June 10th.
Oh, so you got 4 days.
Yeah, but I only have two images really. Like I have one half done and 2 to finish, and I'm so close. Like I'm so
what is for those that are wondering, what is the thesis on? Like I was trying to describe what it was to someone, and I know there's probably like a lovely title that encapsulates it all. But
right. Well, my thesis has 3 parts because I'm crazy. So, I went into this MFA program with 3 goals, which was generate new picture book work, because it's been a couple years since I had a book come out. So I was like, generate new picture book work, try to find a teaching job, right? That was the second goal. And the third was to get a book deal. So that was like, those were my goals for, I was like, by the time you finish this MFA, you should have a new book deal. So as of January, I got all those goals completed.
Good.
But I haven't finished the thesis. So my thesis is 2 picture book dummies with some finals, right?
Okay.
And then the accidental thesis is what took it on a life of its own, which was this Women of Illustration project.
Okay.
So that's the one that was born out of frustration, that here I was 30 years after undergrad, with a BFA in illustration, and I'm back in an MFA for illustration going, what? It isn't being taught differently at all in 30 years.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So given some of my own personal experiences as a woman illustrator, things that I've gone through in my life, it just kind of was like, it started off like sand in your bathing suit. Like, oh, I'm kind of uncomfortable with this. Like I just like, it's a little like, oh, and the feeling was growing. So I just started sketching women illustrators, just like in a blue pencil on a piece of paper. When I would get frustrated, I'd be like, well, I'm gonna draw her. And I would draw her and I would put it online. And it happened, I was drawing one every couple days. That's how frustrated I was. So before I knew it, I had like 25, and I realized that the response online was so big. People were just saying, I never knew her. I never heard of her. How could I not know? How could this never have been taught? So I kept going. So I now have 57 women drawn.
Okay.
But I have 500 women on a database.
Okay. So this is this is gonna go beyond the thesis.
Way beyond the thesis. Like way.
And this is all like it's interesting too, and like I know a lot of women illustrators that are current.
Right.
But what's important about this is the history, the historical look back at all the people that were overlooked throughout time, or were somehow sort of swept under the rug at publication houses or whatever it may be.
They're lost to history because they were never taught in the history classes.
Yeah.
So you and I, you're a little bit younger than I am, but you and I have an awareness of some women illustrators. Like I think like Mary Blair is ubiquitous.
Yeah.
But Mary Blair was lost to time until the 1990s.
Yep.
She percolated up in the 1990s. Before that, Mary Blair, as absolutely, and she's one of my tops, like absolutely passed away very unhappy, thinking she was completely forgotten, because in her life, her career just kept going down, 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 down. Even though she, did It's a Small World, and she did tons of golden books, but she, by the end of her life, felt forgotten, So she was discovered again, and now she's, I think, the most influential mid-century illustrator there is.
Yeah, everybody knows her, but they don't know the history. Like I feel like there was a documentary about her at one point that was all about sort of her, or at least maybe it was an article or something I read that was all about that downturn and how she got sort of ignored in the pantheon of Disney, and sort of went on all these amazing trips and did all this crazy work for them, and then all of a sudden it just got like no one cared.
Right. Well, her, I think, we could talk about her for an hour, but her relationship with Walt was so close. He died, that relationship was gone. So ultimately she sold a lot of original art out of her garage just to be able to pay her bills.
Imagine.
Right. So that's Mary Blair, right? So that's somebody that we all aspire to, and we all think is amazing. But Mary Blair, Beatrix Potter, Jessie Wilcox Smith, there's a few women, when you say their name, you can go, oh, I've heard that name.
Yep.
But
there's hundreds of other ones that are like
hundreds.
Yeah.
Hundreds. Every one that I find leads to 5 more. And doing this project, I have cried. I have screamed into a towel. There was one woman British animator that I found that blew my mind, because I went to school, I studied animation, I worked in animation, and I didn't know a thing about it. She was a director and a co-owner of the only British animation company.
And then no one knew.
Yeah.
It's
talk
about morose.
Yes.
Or not, morose is not the right word there. There's another one. There's another adjective that would be better. The pathetic. Pathetic that the world forgot these folks. What I want to continue the conversation, but I know that I want to make sure that you're working on your thesis, and I know. Start making to. So you're primarily going to be on Procreate, right?
I'm going to be on Procreate. I lowered my brightness.
Okay.
Because I know Lauren is the one who knows. I'm I hope I lowered it low enough.
Yeah. We'll see. Yeah. We'll test it out. But so why don't we switch our cameras, and then we can keep the conversation going. Okay. One of the things. So I'm going to switch here. Okay. There you go. One of the things that I even know that looking back at sort of golden age illustrators in particular, and I'm sure this affected the women even more. Yeah. But the idea of there was a reputation that illustration was not seen as serious.
Yes.
And you had even some of the golden age illustrators like Payne and not C.F. Payne.
C.F. Payne was the director of my MFA.
I know. What am I thinking of? N.C. Wyeth. Yes. It was a C.F. Payne, M.C. Wyeth. That's where I was going.
Yeah, and many initials.
Pyle and stuff would leave their work out on the street in the trash because they were worried that it would be seen as inferior of some sort. And so imagine that, and then you add in the equation of the gender disparity that happened in that industry.
Yep.
And it's shocking and horrifying in a way that is what it has become, or what it was, and hopefully is now moving away from that with things like your posts and recognition.
Right. I think the thing is that for me, there's a recognition of some things have changed, but again, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah.
So, for me, I guess, I'm 53 and I graduated college in 1992. And for me, I was I really thought that I would kind of experience more of they're teaching it differently. And I'm no, they're teaching it. And it's not just my MFA program. It's kind of across the board. It's always been this way. This is how we've always talked about it. We've always spoken about it as it has been this guy 95% guy only industry across the board, no matter what genre of illustration.
Yep.
And if I can list 500 women illustrators in 1 year, there's no excuse why more can't be taught. That's how I feel.
Well, the challenge that I've always seen, and this is, I'm not going to necessarily disparage the school that I went to and say it was their fault, but it was the gender disparity in just the students in the classroom was very, very different then versus what it is now. And so obviously there is a shift that has happened, but the problem is you have the holdovers, and I'm not going to negate myself in this situation. My history with illustration is that I was taught by people who came from a very sort of potentially gendered or a historically male dominated industry. So my wealth of knowledge is not as strong as it should be. And then I look at someone like the folks that I work with in the illustration program at the college I'm at, and they have more knowledge than I do because they are the next generation out, and they had more the disparity in the classroom shifted. And so now there's more there, but they don't have, the history or the knowledge of what once was is still lost to time. And that's frustrating. And I like the part that gets me, like you say someone like Jessie Wilcox Smith, and I'm like, I know that name. I know that work. I'm a huge fan of that. But you asked me about any of those smaller ones or the I shouldn't say smaller ones, because that's in a way not the greatest term there either, but the idea of some of the lesser known, I'm not going to know them. I mean, I barely keep up with any names when it comes to the art world altogether. And then to expect me to know the history is even harder. On sort of just my brain wavelength, because I've moved past that threshold of like, this is going to sound awful, but like taking in new information is harder. I don't know if you hit that.
Well, I thought that was me too, but I do think, again, you're still a dad of a younger child, and I do think that takes so much of your energy. So I think that for me, I didn't realize that my brain could percolate again. And I think that's one of the things that MFA has been awesome for, is like, wait, oh, this is fascinating. Wait, can my creaky old brain do research? Oh, it can. That's amazing. I can get excited about something that isn't an actual paying drawing job, right? So for the majority of my life, I've worked towards a client's deadline. So this is completely, I've never really taken on anything like this that's like such a personal passion project.
Do you think, now knowing, and I don't want you to out anybody, but do you think that like coming to the MFA later in life is helpful? Because I know that there's a lot of students and a lot of people who are like, well, maybe I should go back and get an MFA. And sometimes it's literally like right out of school. They're like, I'm going right into grad school. But do you think that the life experience and the questions that have sort of, populated your head over the years has helped in a way, the mentality towards how to approach? I think
that it's a shifting, this is happening, I think, all over the place, that younger and younger people are going straight into their MFAs. And I think the programs are going to have to adjust and almost have like a different track for the two different kinds of student, because it's a very different MFA education for students that are looking to really take their undergrad education and focus on making that really great portfolio to get their first work, which is what's happening with the younger MFA students. And then you have the people who have 30 or 30 plus or even 20 plus years of experience coming for their MFA, going like, I don't need that. I need either to try something new, experiment with something, or I need to dig in harder, you know, on a book or on a series of work, or I think it's really hard. It's hard in some ways to blend the two different kinds of students, because I know certain times I was like, I have done some accidental teaching in my MFA program. Like, I didn't know I was going to be helping and teaching and mentoring, right? Along with being a student.
I get it. I get it.
But I will say, on the flip side, because sometimes it was hard. Sometimes it's hard when you're face to face with a young artist who's never met a deadline, who's never had to pay rent or a mortgage. Yeah. And you're like, I don't get you. I don't know how else to say it. I know where you are because I was once there. But I am so removed now from that, you know?
Yeah, you're not thinking. I mean, one of the things that I have students all the time ask me, like, is it going to get easier?
Right.
And I'm like, no, it's not going to get easier. You're just going to learn to get better at how to, you know, you're going to get better at the things that you struggle with now, but there's going to be something else that's going to be harder.
Yeah.
And we are at a point where, like, we remember, and I throw myself in that too. Like, I remember being in that stage where I was like, oh, I need to make rent.
Yeah.
And I got to do that kind of thing. And now that's not the concern. The concern is like, you know, weirder things like, or not weirder, but like, oh, well, do I need to redo my roof?
Yeah.
And like things that are just the next level up, but also even on the artistic level, you get to a point where, and I imagine this is sort of like the MFA that you're talking about that you've taken on, is it's no longer about learning skills.
Right.
It's about how to rethink what you're doing, or to be reflective in a way on what you have already done. And so it's the almost, and I don't mean it to sound like this, but like a legacy question of what am I doing, and is what I'm doing now the thing I want to be the totality of my career, or do I want it to be something different? Do I want it to be something that's bigger, broader, you know, more refined, whatever makes sense for said person?
I think they phrase it in the program. So C.F. Payne, who is, I would say, one of the last of his kind. Oh gosh, I hope that doesn't sound horrible. But he is like, he's one of those, what they call the GOATs, the greatest of all time. He is a tremendous treasure of American illustration. He is the director of my program. I had him in undergrad, which is why I went back, because he is a great teacher. He says, for the people who have experience and come into the program, what is the itch that you need to scratch?
Yep.
So use this space to scratch the itch you've always wanted, you know, so try something new, do something different, tackle a project that you've never given yourself the time to tackle. And that's true. I think that's what I did in the program. I
would add in even to that mix, like, allow yourself to make a mistake, because you've been doing client work for a length of time wherein you always had to be on, and you could never sort of screw up, or you could never just sort of goof around, and give yourself the freedom that an MFA or whether it's an MFA or not, just the idea of like the exploratory nature of rethinking your work.
Right.
You know, it's hard to get that freedom when you have bills to pay, and when you have you know, people to answer to, essentially.
Yeah. Exactly. And you know, because you taught my child at Montserrat, so I was actively trying to pay to get my kid, you know, through college. And so it was like, it was almost like knowing that the end was in sight for my kids' college. I was like, all right, okay.
Yeah.
I know, like, I'm going to just dump all the money now, like, pay for the kids' end of college and do my MFA, and then be like, okay, whew, you know, you got it. You paid it off. It's good. Yeah. I think it's hard. It's hard to, it's hard to move side by side with people who are in the start of their careers.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
It's I can't get it to stop. It's my son's friend asking if he wants to play on Fortnite. That's what.
Oh, well, there you go.
Sorry. No, I mean and I don't want us to sound like old.
Oh, I'm such a I've turned into a get off my lawn completely.
Yeah, I mean, I am.
Yeah.
I'm a curmudgeon, more so than I ever was. Right. But just that idea of like, going back for an MFA, and I don't think an MFA is the sole answer for everybody, but the idea of going back and thinking about your work, and especially for those trying to even refine their style now, or their and yes, I use the S word, but to think about sort of who they are as an artist,
right?
That giving yourself the opportunity to make mistakes and to have that freedom sometimes means you have to sacrifice. Sometimes you have to pay for a grad program. Sometimes you have to, take on an extra job just so you can have some daytime to work on your own work, whatever it may be. That is a hard thing to do in an economy wherein, we're struggling on a regular basis as artists, and we're fighting against all sorts of computer threats, what have you. Do you, looking at it, do you think you got the value out of the program that you expected to get? And I don't mean it in the sense of like, did you get cheated, but more so like, did you come out of it with something different than what you went in with?
Yes, because yes, but I do think that at a certain point I had to say, what can I make this MFA program for me? I had to look at it hard and say, okay, I don't want to be in a repeat of my BFA.
Yeah.
I know so much about illustration. Even if I am not a painter, I have never stopped learning about illustration since the day I graduated in 1992. So I feel like at a certain point I'd say, okay, you're in it. What can you make of this that's going to work for you? So of course I wanted the degree to be able to get financially, right, a teaching job. Yeah. So that was really the main reason. I needed to produce new picture book dummies and new ideas for books. But really, I was like, you need to have an actual day job now, Kelly. So that was the real reason, was the financial need to have stability.
Yep.
Makes sense. And how do I take the foundation of a time period where I had some success in children's books? How do I take that foundation, but it was so long ago? Superstar Cher has a quote: "If no one's talking about it in 5 years, it never happened." And Superstar Cher's voice rang in my ears for like a couple of years, going like, it's been over 5 years, like no one's talking about it. So
are you a big Cher fan?
I am not, but I read that, or I saw her say it. I saw her say it on YouTube or something, and I was like, you ever hear somebody say something and it like knocks you over the head with a frying pan? Mm-hmm. So
it just happened to be Cher.
It was Cher, of all people, to hit me over the head with a frying pan. It was crazy.
Was
Cher.
it auto-tuned at least?
No. Yeah. She didn't even like lick her teeth when she said it, which I wish she did. But yeah, I just heard it and I was like, yeah, like there's a certain amount of a foundation in the world of children's publishing that I have, where I'm not starting from scratch.
Yeah.
But I am starting over, maybe not square one, maybe square 6, So
I mean, fundamentally, that's scary just in general. I mean, when I was talking with Chad this last week, we were talking about sort of like the aesthetic of a lot of current illustrators.
Yeah.
And not to say that it's bad artwork of any sort, but there is a familiarity that starts to pop up. And then how do you set yourself apart in a crowd that is looking at all the same references, that is, you know, hitting some of the same milestones at the same time as you? That's where that, like, the ability to go back, whether it be just out of, you know, a BFA or just learning on your own, how do you take that time to go back and say, okay, am I doing this for me? Or am I doing this for my perceived client in the future? Or am I doing this for my friends? Or am I doing the, you know, like, there's all these weird questions. And I know that a lot of, especially young artists, don't have the leeway to go and say, well, I can take the time, or I can, you know, invest a lot of money into workshops and things of the sort. But if, you know, even if it takes years and years, those are the kind of questions that I think all of us kind of have to answer. In a way of, like, what makes you happy in art making? And it's such a silly question to actually have to ask yourself late in life, like, what makes you happy? But it is what it is, you know. It's
I had a moment where I actually was like, maybe I don't want to do children's books anymore. Like, I had a real, you know,
come to God
moment of, like, soul searching, you know, like, maybe I'm done, you know, maybe I'm just done doing children's books, and I have to go and, you know, I don't know, be a medical secretary. I don't know, you know, like, I was like, but I don't ever see myself not drawing, right? So around the same time where I was like, what am I going to do with myself? Like, am I going to stay in children's publishing and keep banging my head against doors? I started teaching online. That's right around the same time where I started to teach online classes during the pandemic. And I had taught for, I guess, 2020 to 2021, right, online, and then realized, like, hey, I actually do know what I'm talking about. Like, I don't think, I was like, wow, Kelly, like, you actually do know this stuff inside out, backwards and forwards. So then I went back to highlights, and I did a workshop the summer of 2021. It was like the first thing after the pandemic. They had just opened. And I'm on faculty. It was me and Steve Light and Mike Corrado. And we each took turns. Like, we each did our own little section of the workshop. And at the end of it, like, they both said to me, you know, you would be a really good teacher. And I thought, maybe I would. Maybe I would. Like, maybe I've had enough diverse working professional artist experience. That I actually have stuff to, you know, help people, you know, with. So that's what kind of started the ball rolling, but it took till I guess it took another year and a half before I did the MFA. But
that was sort of the precipice in which all of this started. I mean, I had the same, like, I can think back to a specific moment where teaching all of a sudden made sense. And it was a portfolio review, and it was for an animation studio. I sat down. I remember the student that I was talking to. It was at RISD, and I was talking to this one student, and I said something, and I could just, like, it sounds super cheesy, but I could see the moment where, like, it clicked in their head, and I was like, oh, that was cool.
Right.
I like that. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, how do I repeat that? And then, you know, a couple of years later, all of a sudden it's I'm going back for my MFA, and I'm a totally different person because, I mean, it's a whole career has been built out of that little instance of chatting with a senior graduating. And so it's funny that, like, life takes us on these, this has become real, like,
you're going deep.
Yeah. No, this is good. Like, because we've had, like, silly conversations and whatnot, but this is the good stuff in my mind, for especially for those that are out there sort of questioning, like, who they are and what their art means. And on top of that, I also think that these are questions that, like, for those that have not even started or are just starting, to give them the knowledge that you don't have to lean into what everybody else is doing.
Right.
That the more that you are genuinely yourself, the more you are going to find happiness along the ride.
Right.
It's all sort of there's merit to this conversation, I think, for everybody. Do you think now that you're in the sort of teacher role, do you see that like the connections now, obviously, like the workshops and stuff you get to teach, but there's a difference between that and seeing someone over an entire semester,
right,
and watching them fail and get back up and
right,
all those things? Do you feel like there is a perceived notion of what you were expecting versus what
my hope is that, so my past semester I taught at a community college, so I had, that's when you and I spoke, and I was like, I need teaching advice. So I think that I had to, about a month into my semester, I had to readjust my expectations, because I had to realize that I was teaching at a school that wasn't just an art school. So I went in gangbusters. Like, I was like, hey, everybody, it's going to be an art party all semester long. Let's just art. Let's talk about art. Let's look at art. And I think some of the kids weren't art kids. And I think I completely overwhelmed them with how much I expected of them to use their imaginations rather than doing more step by step. This is how you do it, you know?
Yep.
So next semester, when I go back to the same class, my syllabus is going to be very different. And I guess I had to go through that semester to be able to realize that about that school, right?
Did you get like students who are like on the football team who are like taking the class because they have to and they think it's the easy A?
I think I got easy A, definitely. I think I had some kids who saw it easy. I think I got some kids who were just curious about art and had a good time, but were slightly overwhelmed, I think. And then I had 4 students that were like, they were the dream team, like the 4 kids who were so obsessed with art.
Stay after class and talk to you about.
Yeah. And like, there was one student who I was like, if I could have drawn like you draw when I was your age, what I would have done with that power. Yep. Such an amazing drawer, right? I'm always, I mean, it was a drawing 2 class, so we were just drawing. This kid could draw. And then there was the kid who, you're not supposed to have favorites, but this kid was my favorite. And he wanted to be a cartoonist, right? So of course I'm going to be sneaking this kid, like, here, take this book home. Yep. Here, I brought this book in for you. You got to read this book. Okay, go here. Look at this artist, you know? So out of a class of, you know, I think there were 18 kids in the class, there was one kid that I think I made a big difference, you know, with.
Honestly, like, looking at the art world, and this is a pretty harsh statement, but the reality of how many are actually going to go out there and do it as a career and become, you know, successful at it is a small number.
Oh, for sure.
And if you can get through to one may be all you need in that situation. It's interesting to hear, like, as much as I don't want to say we have favorites, teachers do have favorites, and it's not favorites in like, I think your work is the best. Most of the time, the favorite in my mind is the student who comes to me wanting to know more.
Exactly.
Or wants to, like I said, stay after and go like, oh, can you tell me more about that artist, or can you send me a link to that thing? And it's investment that's actually the thing that makes the difference. And so even if you're not like a stellar artist,
it's effort and your passion and interest and because really skills can always be built.
Yep.
But interest, passion, persistence, and tenacity are what are going to make you do this. You know, your art skills will always grow as long as you keep making it. but if you don't have that, I need to do this. What are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, like
the amount of like, I mean, you mentioned the idea of like, you question whether you could go back and be, you know, essentially study again.
Yeah.
And learn in that capacity. And I have the same mentality of like, I don't know 100% if I can sit down and like write a paper. That does not interest me of any sort. I don't want to write a thesis. I don't want to do any of that stuff. But I do like to like learn things. And one of the things that's nice about an MFA, it isn't just writing a huge giant paper. There is making artwork.
Right.
But one of the things that I did sort of realize later in life is that what interests me to learn from is not art. And I don't know how much of this is for you too, in the sense of like, I'm more interested in the things that are not naturally known to me, or I'm not around all the time.
Right.
So like whenever I have someone come work on my house, and this is they probably hate this, but like if we have a plumber come to fix something in the house, I will sit down in the basement and watch him work. And I always like preface the sitting there going like, okay, this just really fascinates me. So do you mind if I ask you some questions?
Wow.
And it's that kind of like, okay, well, why did you, what is that thing? What are you doing? Like, oh, do you need an extra bucket? You know, whatever it may be, those kind of moments are the things that I sort of like, that's where I like to learn in life. But it all comes back into like art making, and it all comes back into the life experience that shows up in illustration of like, you know, understanding how the world works outside of my standard realm. And part of that's, you might end up with this too, like after teaching for so long, my day job is art. And so my night job generally doesn't want to be art. Let's put it that way. That sounds sad. It's not sad.
It doesn't sound sad. I think it's fascinating. I don't think it sounds sad. I think it's sometimes you need some other fuel to burn, right? Because you're burning all your art fuel. So you need something else to keep you going. And like I listen to podcasts a lot that have nothing to do with art. I find when I listen to art podcasts, I'm like, yeah, I know. So I don't really like them. So many people I know are obsessed with art podcasts. I'm like, no, I like to listen to like weird stuff.
Yeah, I have no interest. Like, I know they're great. Like, there are a couple of them out there. I won't name their names in case this somehow sounds disparaging. But I know they're great. I know their content is great.
Yeah.
But again, it's that like dealing with it on a regular basis. I want something that is an escape. And so like the comedy is my, like, I will go listen to a comedy podcast without question over an art podcast any day.
You'll have to send me some, and I'll have to send you some, because like I like comedy too. I could tell you, I really miss the Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee series, because I used to love that. Even though I find Jerry Seinfeld slightly annoying, it wasn't about him. It was about the discourse between really smart people who look at the world in a weird way, and getting to see inside those brains of like, you know, oh, well, now I understand. Like, you know, the comedic mind is not different than a cartoonist mind, where like you're looking at reality and going, this leaves a lot to imagination, or I really want to poke fun at this, you know? So comedy podcasts are great. But I also like weird, like oddity things, and I'm not into anything like you know, my kid. I'm not goth. But I'm currently listening to the Chinwag, which is Paul Giamatti.
Oh yeah,
and I enjoy that one. I just listened this morning to an episode of that, and it's just two people who are fascinated by weird stuff, which I am as well. And why do people buy into weird stuff? So it's not just like, hey, there's a Mothman. They don't just do that. They go like, but why do people believe it? Like, what is it about the human psyche that people get all like obsessed with things and believe them? And so, yeah. And I just think that's because I grew up in New Jersey, and there's a lot of weird stuff in New Jersey.
There are a lot of things on the, what is it, Weird America? tour
Yep.
that are distinctly New Jersey destinations.
Yep.
Let's put you have I mean, the Jersey Devil.
Yes.
Everybody knows that one, but there's so many other ones that are out there that are just as strange, if not stranger.
Yeah. I grew up on the Jersey Shore, and our elementary school, like our, what do you call those? Like the auditorium, they put on the like specials for kids. They would bring in people who would act out the story of the Jersey Devil with life-size puppets, and they'd turn out the lights. And I literally ran out screaming, like up the center aisle of the auditorium, like the big giant life-size Jersey Devil puppet popped on the stage, and I just screamed and ran. I'm scarred for life by the Jersey Devil. Yeah.
We didn't have. I mean, I'm trying to think. We maybe had Bigfoot up by us, but we had just had the story of Paul Bunyan showed up a lot. That was Minnesota. You know, it's like there was the fear of wolves and bears and actual nature in some areas, but not the area I was in. But we didn't have those kind of shows. I remember sitting down in the auditorium when I was little and watching Herbie the Love Bug. I'll remember that.
Yes.
That was,
that's a good movie.
There's some of those old classics that like I don't think the kids watch nowadays in that kind of environment. All sitting on a hard parquet floor.
Yep.
Just watching a 2-hour movie, sitting cross-leg style, crisscross applesauce for that long does not appeal to me now, but you know, as a little kid, that was fun.
Those were the fun days. Yeah, you got to go to and watch the movie in the auditorium. Yeah. Yeah, my brother actually, I have an older brother, and so we had a little bit of woods on our street where we grew up, which that's the Pine Barrens, and the Pine Barrens are where the Jersey Devil came from. So he and his friend decided it would be fun to tie me to a tree and leave me there all night long without telling my parents where I was. And like, that was because the Jersey Devil would come and get me. Like, that was the way to torture your little sister growing up on the Jersey Shore, was tie her to a tree and tell her the Jersey Devil was coming to get you. So, yeah.
This sounds like somehow it traumatized you.
Yeah.
Does that do of any sort? Is that why you don't like the Jersey Devil? Was that pre or post?
Mean, these days, right? I mean, I find it fascinating that something like that is so embraced by an area and a culture, and it's such a messed up story, and that they would subject children to film strips and special performances in the school. Like, it's just nuts.
No, wait though. It was that the being tied up by your brother in the woods.
Yeah.
Was that pre or post that elementary school?
Oh, it was post. He knew. Oh. He knew what that was going to do to me.
Okay, that's what I'm wondering. Like, there's a difference in sort of just like this happened before versus a clear line of attack.
Oh yeah.
That occurred.
Yeah, that's like expert older brother stuff.
And did you get him back for that at all?
I think eventually, probably took till we were like 17.
Well,
for me.
Yeah. What was he afraid of? There's got to be something that he's afraid of.
He just always had crushes on my friends.
Oh.
Like he would, and so I would always,
ruin those.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Just like, let me show you pictures of my brother doing
right.
In his underwear dancing around, or we have footage, and I will not show this on Instagram of any sort, but when Charlie was very little, there was a day where maybe I shouldn't even share this. I'm gonna share it anyways.
Okay. Wow.
There was a day where he was very little, and they were doing some like painting outside, and somehow, like, they had a giant sheet of paper, my wife and him, and somehow his clothes came off, and there's video of my wife rollering his bottom with paint so he could make butt prints. And like, that is blackmail fodder.
Oh my!
At some point in his
gosh!
Life. If he ever acts up and he has some loved one over, like, boy, that's coming out of the woodwork.
That's hilarious. Oh my God!
Like, And he doesn't have the older brother, but he has a father who is a terror.
Right.
In that sort of realm.
Was that your idea? Hey, why don't we make?
Yeah, why don't we record it? No, I don't even know who recorded it. It may have been me, but I don't remember doing that.
Oh my gosh.
So tell me, that is true. I see Rob McClurkin just said you could make a digital brush and call it a butt print. Just like little butts.
Yeah.
My wife says we started with handprints, then footprints, and then stripped down. And I recorded it. So I had some nefarious reason for recording my son because I knew at some point I could use it against him. Tell me a little bit about sort of, because this is not, I mean, you mentioned it at one point here, but you have a child who went to the school that I teach at.
Yes.
And went into art and specifically not illustration.
Yeah.
The disappointment in your voice.
No, actually, it's funny because the moment where Jace, who's my 24-year-old, the moment that Jace told me that they did not want to be an illustrator was truly, I think, really a hard thing for them to do.
Yeah,
so Jace was. Go ahead. What?
I said I could imagine that that's hard, especially if your parent has a career in that industry.
Yes.
I mean, it's like the idea of like saying to someone like I'm not going to be a doctor to a parent who's a doctor. I'm sure like there's a weird conversation.
Yeah, and I think when I had a certain measure of success, Jace was I'm going to get published in 2010, so Jace was 10. And then everything kind of good 5 years. So Jace was 10 to 15. And I think that Jace got pulled along into like meeting all these artists, all these illustrators that Jace had grown up really admiring. Like it could have been some of Jace's favorite books, right? And then Jace was getting to meet people who made graphic novels and picture books and Jace, by the time Jace was 9 or 10, Jace was already obsessed with art. So I knew Jace was an art kid. And I know Jace certainly got exposed to making art more than the average, kid that does not have an artist as a parent. But you can put art supplies in kids' hands and kids are like, nah, no thanks, and that wasn't Jace. I put art supplies into Jace's hand, hoping that it would, if Jace was making art, then I could make art. So when Jace was really small, it was like, okay, we're going to make a mess. We're going to have newsprint all over the floor. We're going to throw out giant crayons and we're just going to go crazy. So Jace was drawing from like 18 months old, so I could draw. But at a certain point, Jace decided to keep going, and not stop. So I knew Jace, was really into art by the time that, they were like 9 or 10.
Yeah, that it was potentially in the future.
Yeah, but for the longest time, they wanted to make comics. For the longest time, they were like, I'm going to make comics. Like, I'm going to do graphic novels. And then they went off to a Ringling pre-college program. So that last summer, the summer before applying to college. So it would be the summer, junior year, right? Junior year of high school. And Jace went to Ringling for the summer pre-college program and absolutely hated it.
Interesting.
Hated it. But loved the one fine art class that they took. So they were in the illustration program at the pre-college and absolutely hated it. Hated the teachers tremendously. Just was like, I hate them all. And it was because Jace is far more concerned with ideas than images.
Yep, I can see that.
And so the one fine art class that Jace took kind of was the thing that led to Jace saying to me, I'm going to embarrass Jace, but with tears streaming down my face, like, I don't want to be an illustrator. Oh. It was literally like that. I'm so sorry. I don't want to be an illustrator. and my response was, that's okay. You don't have
Like,
to be.
that's okay as you're slowly erasing out of the will.
Right, yeah.
Let me get my
was
eraser real quick. Hold on.
Yeah.
No, I can see, like, there's also, knowing Jace, there is an independence in the thought process there that, like, clients and the idea of, like, the speed and the not necessarily bending to clients' will, but there's an independence in thought that Jace has that maybe runs counter to some of the commercial side.
Yes.
But also makes stunning work, and in my case, sometimes walking in that studio, shocking work.
Shocking work. I agree.
I'd walk
Could
in
you
and I'd
imagine
go, whoa,
me? Like,
whoa,
I
whoa,
always
whoa.
say, my response to my child's artwork is I say, I draw bunnies.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there were some, like, not that they're, like, the like R-rated or anything of that sort, but it's just like, it's, some of them are sort of a slap across the face, meant to be that way.
They're meant to be that way, and they're very cerebral, and they are very, it took me years to adjust to it. It really did. When Jace went fine art, Jace went hardcore fine art, and it was like I would have to, like, take a couple deep breaths before, all right, okay, I'm going to be walking in and I'm going to be seeing some art now. I got to prepare myself. Like, what am I gonna see? But there's also moments where you're like, wow, you are not me, right? You're your own human being. I may have brought you into this world, but you're your own person. And I'm kind of blown away that your brain thinks that way. And also how brave you are. I can tell you, Mark, like, in my life of making art, every time I've attempted to get too serious, it comes off so bad.
Yeah.
Like, it just, and I think there are plenty of people who will make glorious, serious picture books. They're glorious. They're beautiful. They are, stunning, and they can break your heart, melt your heart. But that's not me.
I have the same thing where it's like, I want to be serious and I want to be respected in this, like, wow, thought-provoking and challenging to the system and whatnot. And then it's like, but I also want to draw googly eyes.
Yeah.
I want to make potty humor, and those two don't always mesh.
Right.
And so, like, it's interesting too, and I imagine that some of this is like, my son, I think, is going to end up being sort of into math and engineering and things of the sort, and so, like, I don't think art in the sense, the way that we do it is necessarily in the cards for him. Maybe some other form of it, but I don't see him being, like, wanting to be an illustrator in the long run. But the idea of, like, having your child go into an industry that is even tangentially related has got to be an interesting sort of, like, emotional challenge. And, like, to know, especially in the world of art, we both know that it's not always easy.
Right.
And, there's an assumption by a lot of folks out there that are not in the art community that, like, oh, art, you just doodle and you have a good time and that's that.
Yeah.
But we both know that's deeper and harder than that.
Yeah.
And to know that your child is going to walk into those potentially those same traps. That, pitfalls that we all ran into, and every artist does, has got to be a little bit challenging.
I've tried really hard to be really realistic to Jace about always be prepared to struggle financially. Yep. Always be prepared to have another job. So with Jace, at least I think Jace, especially, right, of course, I went through this big divorce, so Jace and I went through it together, and to see mom go from one financial level to a completely another financial level and try to hold everything together for years through fits and spurts of money, I think was also, as an artist, right? As an artist, was a really good reality check. The safety net had left, so all of a sudden it was just me and just what money I could make. And to see me juggle, you know, flaming batons and spin plates while running around and drawing, you know, was fascinating, I think, for Jace, and has given Jace kind of a realistic idea. So Jace was this curatorial studies minor. And that's what I think is like, I know Jace is an amazing, crazy artist. But the coolest thing is seeing Jace be a responsible kind of go-getter to actually build a life for themselves. So they have found a way, their love of museums and the history of art, right, has them currently working at that Beverly, the museum.
Yep.
But this summer, they're also doing freelance research for people who have come into the museum and are working on projects. And then they're doing research and getting paid like hourly to do research and compile things digitally for other people. And I'm just like, what? Like, what are you doing? And you know who my research assistant is on my Women of Illustration project? Jace.
Oh, really? Okay.
Assistant. Yeah. So, like, it's amazing to me that, like, I am maybe that stereotypical artist who's like, my head's in the clouds a little bit more than Jace's. I might be a little bit more, even though I'm very responsible, but I'm kind of forced to be responsible.
Yeah.
I am someone who would much rather just be like, da da da, I'm just gonna draw some bunnies.
Well,
and,
that also
yeah,
the idea that, I mean, that's what we do. Like, we're on a daily basis, we're drawing bunnies or we're drawing silly things, and so like sitting down and going, I have to be serious now,
right,
is in a way harder. Like, it's hard for me to sit through meetings,
right,
crack jokes and be an idiot, because I am an idiot with my artwork. And
right.
you know what I mean? Like, there's times where, and this is this will probably ring true when I say this, where I'll be in a meeting and I will say, I haven't done it yet with Brian, but with the former president, when they say we do, if we do that, and I'll lean over to the person next to me and I have to do it. I have to say, they said doodoo. And I've said it loud enough that he heard it. I know he heard me say it, but it's like, that's my mentality when I'm in those meetings, is like, it has to be fun. Otherwise, why do I want to sit here?
Right. But
then you have people who are like in those meetings and they're dead serious and they don't want to joke and they don't want to laugh about things. And it's like, why? This is the fun part of life.
Right. Right.
Like, I want to live. Do you sort of, oh wait, I see. I want to make sure I'm keeping track of comments here.
I can't even notice what people are asking questions.
Rob says that's cool. You know Rob McClurkin, right?
I do. I know Rob. Hi, Rob.
That's cool that you can work on the Women Illustrators projects together. Kate Snowbird Art says, watching two people work while listening to them takes me back to the art school days. When I was talking with Chad earlier in the week, he was saying that one of the things that's nice about the Gabbing Doodle series, not to toot my own horn here, but I'm going to toot it as loud as I can. Yeah. I said toot. Was that there's like a sense of just like conversation. Right. And it's not some like planned or organized thing where I'm trying to like pitch constantly like, hey, here's what you need to learn.
And there's no music and you're not speaking like we're on NPR.
Yeah. No, if you want to talk about tacos for 3 hours, I'll talk about tacos.
Okay.
I like, my wife just wrote toot. She knows me. There was a time, this is story section. There was a time where I came down in an apartment that we had, and she had taken her nail. She had learned that if you take your fingernail and scratch on a banana, you can write messages in it. So she wrote, I love you in a banana. And so when I came downstairs, it had a big brown I love you across it. And then I took another banana and I just wrote fart. And
That's love, man.
Yes. And I think that's actually, I think Lauren can correct me on this, but I think we took a photo of it and we made a pillowcase out of it or something.
Oh my God, that's
Uh,
hilarious.
and it's like, that is who I am and who she is as a person.
Yeah.
Wrapped up in a banana peel.
That's hilarious. And I mean, I think that's, that's exactly the secret to a good, healthy relationship. Yeah. And that's also why it's fun, but you also are lucky because you're funny, but she's freaking funny. When you watch those Star Trek episodes, I said to Lauren, I was like, oh my God, I laugh so hard. Like if I am just scrolling around and I'm like, oh look, they're watching Star Trek.
Oh,
and like within the first 5 seconds that I'm scrolling by, Lauren will say something funny. The other night you had Charles Nelson, what's his name? Not Charles Nelson Riley. Charles, the guy from MASH was on.
Oh yeah.
And Gates McFadden, not Gates McFadden. Oh, what's her name? The one who was married to Gene Roddenberry, who plays Deanna Troy's mother.
Yeah.
So
well, she's Loxana Troy in the thing. I don't
right.
know.
Yeah, and all I heard Lauren say, I heard her voice say like, "Oh, they did the nasty" or something. Yeah. And then you heard someone say post-coitus, and I was like, "Oh my God!" I was just scrolling by, and I caught the funny moment.
That's
so funny.
That show in particular, like Lauren's all about fashion.
Yes.
In that show and finding all those things. There was the agency that I'm at asked us if we had IP that we knew stuff about, if they want land any sort of deal or have someone that would work on something. The only one I could think of was doing something that was
Next Generation.
Yeah, Next Generation, because that's like, I'm not a big fandom person outside of that, or what I'm a fan of are going to be things that little kids aren't going to care about.
Right.
And not like there's a bunch of kids out there going, you know what I love is Star Trek Next Generation. But there are books. I mean, there's who is it that did the Star Trek? Was it Cale Atkinson that did that one that we have? That there's a couple of Star Trek ones that are out there. Oh, my wife says Majel Barrett. Is that the
Majel Barrett? Majel Barrett. Yeah. Majel Barrett was married to Gene Roddenberry. Yeah.
I asked Lauren the other day as we were watching that. I was like, why does she end up in the show all the time? And I know that she's Gene Roddenberry's wife, but she had to remind me very quickly, like, because that's his wife.
Yeah.
So he's gonna have some pull there and be able to say
nepotism.
Yeah.
That's.
Do you have? Now, I imagine that because of your previous career in the licensing side, that you have some fandom of some sort. Oh, actually, I know you're a Peanuts person, right?
I am Peanuts, and I did work for Peanuts. I did Peanuts merchandise, and of course, if anybody ever wanted to do a picture book biography of Charles Schultz, you can call me. Like I'll do it. Who guts me every time someone does a book of a Beatles song. I'm like, I have such professional envy. I'm a huge Beatles nut. And back, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, they announced a book of Sgt. Pepper, and I don't know if it was ever made. And it was like, oh, the song Sgt. Pepper was going to be made into a picture book. And then Paul McCartney put out 2 picture books, and they looked kind of silly, but the artist who got to did a great job. There was something grand dude. And so anything that's to do with the Beatles, I'm like, oh, I really would love.
That's what you'd want to jump on. Have you?
Yeah, there's an amazing illustrator. I believe her name is Kelly Kennedy. She draws the Beatles all the time, and she does such a good job that I'm like, well, she's doing such a good job. She's got that covered.
We don't need two people that can draw.
And I have a drawing from Fred Blunt, the Brit. Did you ever have him on? Fred Blunt?
I've had Fred on,
I just love his work. I have I bought a drawing that he did of John Lennon. It's on my studio wall. So I'm like, there are people out there doing some pretty great Beatles fan art.
Fred is such a good doodler, like and irregular line too. That's the thing that I love about his work. Is the sort of strange, like looseness. Like you have someone like Matt
Yeah.
Cordell who is like he has somewhat a loose style, but not anywhere near. Like
Yeah.
Matthew Cordell is lots of little lines, and Fred Blunt is just sort of like one line almost does the entire thing.
Oh yeah, no, I think that's like being a magician. I think that Fred Blunt is like a magician. He could just pull an image with just a few lines.
Plus
It's
he's
great.
got the accent and
right. Right, I know.
Yeah.
But everything sounds good. It sounds better with a British accent.
That's the trick for all of us is we need to just start faking some sort of accent so we have some cool vibe.
Right.
Like next week I have on Jarvis.
Who I love.
Jarvis's stuff is amazing, and like the thing this is gonna sound like I love Jarvis's work, but the thing that always excites me when I have someone on from England is just like, oh, I get to talk to someone with a cool accent.
Yeah,
He's
from Manchester. Yeah. So I went to Dublin in 2019, and I had the good fortune of, I don't know, I emailed somebody and there was a book thing going on. So I got to see Jarvis back in 2019, and he gave a presentation, and he was so funny. It was so funny. It was such an enjoyable speaker. And he also is a great musician also. He's a huge Beatles fan. And that just makes sense because he writes good ditties, Jarvis. So I can't wait. I'll listen when he's on because he is so enjoyable. And he's someone who, like, he's a good example of an illustrator who you can kind of watch evolve with each book. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, like his style. If you go back and look at all the books, because I was doing some research just for like the ad and things of that sort, and going back and looking at all the different approaches that he's had throughout time of sort of the style and the method of making. And he does have a very like there's an evolution that's there, and you can see like a continuous, thread through it all. It's not like it's an evolution wherein like he started out and it was just, stick figures or anything of the sort, but you can see how like each book has sort of changed the way he thinks. And now it's like you look at it and I feel like he's more of a designer now.
I agree.
What he once was. Or at least it shows up more in his work at this point.
Yeah. I agree.
This is this whole thing of doing the Gab and Doodle and having people on and like meeting all these folks, and like I don't know if I guess we met outside of this, but like there's people that and I know that we've met through this or had this like connection through Kidlit.
Yeah.
That I cannot wrap my head around how interconnected and how amazing the Kidlit world is.
Yeah.
Based purely on the amount of people that are just willing to chat and have a conversation and entertain the silliness that goes on here or at conferences that I never felt in any other sort of art realm.
Right.
That way.
Yeah, I think that there is a camaraderie in the world of children's book making, and some joy that maybe could be built in, because of what you're doing and what you're actually making, and the fact that you can stay connected to who you were as a kid and you're making stuff for kids. Like I know just how immature I can. I mean, sometimes I'm very mature at everything, but yeah. But I think that that's part of it. It's like I don't think I ever fully grew up. Therefore, I can tap so easily into, whatever part of myself that I need to. And my favorite thing ever is the book is out there in the world and you get to talk to kids. Like, to me, that's the best byproduct. It's great to make money, but the best byproduct is when a kid comes up to you and they say they absolutely love your book. It's like, whoa, like, I know who I was when I was 7, and you're the 7-year-old, and you're telling me, that I've blown your imagination, wide open.
Well, someone at the beginning of this, and I'd have to scroll back so far, said that the Louise books are their kids' favorites, and oh man, where is it? It's like so far back in this.
Yeah.
If I can
Well, that's
scroll
nice.
back that
Whoever
far.
said it, thank
Yeah.
you.
Well, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn off the public feed, and then you can tell me what you really think about kids. And
Yeah,
back
no,
for the money.
yeah, no, I really do enjoy. I really like kids. I think, yeah, I know in the history and in the lore of the bunny eat bunny world of children's books, there have been many children's book makers that don't like children, and it becomes like the thing that bookstore owners will say, like, oh, so and so just came through before you, and they don't like kids, and it becomes like this legend that gets told from person to person. And there have been people who who are like, they're not really in it, um, they're in it to create, and they're in it to create their own their own art and make money. And I think that's a very small percentage. I think most people are these people who are like, I'm a big kid myself, and I've always drawn. I've never put down the pencil, and I'm just making stuff. I'm just making stuff now.
We went to a Bob Shea event that was near us, and I thought it was really cute. They asked, little kids are there and whatnot, and it wasn't a huge crowd, but it was enough that there was, a couple rows of seating and whatnot.
Yeah.
He had done an event earlier in the day, and I'm sure that sort of weighed into how many folks were around. But what was really fun to watch was when when he had all these kids there, they said like, oh, will you draw something? And so he got ready to draw. And what he did was, and this was the thing that got me, was he didn't just stand there and draw at an easel. He took the paper and put it on the floor.
Yeah.
And then sat down on the floor and asked the kids to all come sit around. And I was like, oh, that's so smart to like remove the idea of like adults are the ones who are really here to watch this.
Yeah.
And get it on the kids level.
Yep.
And he made jokes for the adults and things of the sort that allowed it to be a much more sort of universal conversation in it. But he was very, very good at that sort of like relating to the kids.
Yeah.
And I will walk away from that, not even like thinking like, oh, that was a great book reading, but more so that was a great interaction with those little ones.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of like you got to love doing that element of it.
Yep.
And being excited by the irregularity that kids will bring to those environments.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I had a kid once at some bookstore somewhere, or it was like after a big school visit, then I went to a bookstore, and then all the kids not all the kids, but some of the kids after the school visit came to the bookstore, and there was this one kid, and his mom had dragged him to get the book signed and come see me at the bookstore. And the kid was miserable. Like, he didn't want to be there at all. And I never forgot him, because I was like, he is so great. Like, he is not hiding his feelings at all. And I was like, hey, what's your name? I'll sign your book. His name was Charlie. And he said, he basically said, I don't really want to be here. And I was like, oh, Charlie, do you like art? Do you like to draw? No. Okay. Well, you don't like to art. You don't like art. You don't like to draw. What is it that you do like? What is your favorite thing? I was like, well, Louise might like to make art, but what is your thing that makes you so happy? He said, I like rocks. And then as soon as he said, I like rocks, he talked for like a half hour, like about geodes and cracking open rocks and how he likes to collect rocks. And like, I never forgot that kid, because I was like, that was amazing. He hated my book. He didn't want to be there. But boy, as soon as I kind of was like, well, tell me about you.
Yeah,
like, tell me what it is that, Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I can tell you, Bob Shea is probably one of my top 10 favorite book creators. And I've met him, and he's wonderful. He's a wonderful guy. But I think it's so much of his books are just who he is. And that's why like he can do that with kids. Like, he's so funny, but he's also so chill. And
I mean,
yeah, I enjoy him so much.
Him making
His
the
books
book, Shay Bob,
yeah,
by Shay, like that alone right there.
yep.
Just that title, when I saw that title, I was like, oh, that is so smart.
Mm-hmm.
And such a good play that it tells you exactly like what you're getting in this book, that it's not just a silly sort of story of a chef, but
Right.
you are in the know already because of that, couple of words that he threw out there at the beginning.
Right, and that he's writing books and giving them to other illustrators too. So, what is the book? Who Wet My Pants?
Yep.
That book.
Yep. With
Zachariah O'Hara.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the first time I saw that cover, I freaking lost it.
Yep.
Because I remember I was in first grade and I peed my pants, and like just the thought of like being in school and like you pee your pants, but the idea that it's like, but who wet my pants? Like,
yeah. And then
so
watch him read that was really great too.
Yeah.
Because of how he asked questions to the kids and never really he kind of played it like he didn't know what the joke was.
Yeah.
And so they all didn't quite. You could watch them being like, "Why does this guy not get it?" He definitely peed his own pants.
That's so funny.
Have you ever entertained the idea of writing for someone else? Like that's I had a couple people on that I've had where they wrote the book, but someone else illustrated. And I always found that fascinating because it's, I mean, he told that story. Bob Shea told that and said basically what he had done with it, he was just not happy with. And he thought, I'm going to give it to someone who I think could really do something fun with it.
Right. And Jarvis did his last one.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So the bedtime book.
Yeah. Are You Awake?
Are You Awake? Yeah. So, yeah, I think I could. I think if I ever came up with a really amazing, serious idea, I wouldn't want to touch it with my art.
Yeah.
I would definitely give it away to somebody. I mean, yeah, I think so.
I've had a couple of ideas where I'm like, the idea is really good, but I don't know if my aesthetic is the thing that's for that book.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden it becomes like, oh, I don't, am I questioning myself too much here? Is this am I doing the right thing because I'm not even I don't think I could even illustrate this book, which is another ball game of sorts.
Have you ever wanted to do a longer format, like a chapter book or?
Yeah, I mean, I've looked into the idea of doing writing my own sort of longer form stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I am cut out for writing that length,
doing
the plot,
prose,
being able to figure out the plots and stick to it. When I see people that do that, I'm always sort of mesmerized by the fact that they can have this amazing plot that holds up over 50 pages, hundreds of pages, whatever it may be, and I barely keep a plot together in 24 or 27, whatever the depending on the structure of the book. And so I've also looked into graphic novels as an idea, but again, am I going to collage an entire graphic novel? And if so, how many years of my life do I want to give to that? Because that's not the instantaneous. That's going to be a crazy long time. So, but at some point, and maybe this is the bigger question, is when do I want to entertain the idea of a shift?
Right.
Do I want to actually do I need to do the same aesthetic for the majority of my life, or can I change it and do something different?
Yeah. I think you definitely could if you wanted to do that graphic novel idea. I mean, just seeing your messy deli counter sketch, you could probably go back to some sense of line. And do it. It's just that you have to want it.
Yeah, and
you have to decide you want to do it.
I don't know if I have the one thing that I, and maybe I don't know if this is the same boat for you, but one of the challenges I've had in my career is I do not like repetition. And so, you know, I'm working on the fourth penny book. And at this point, like, I'm loving drawing the pig. I don't want to draw the coins anymore. I don't like, there's a point where I'm just like that. I've done them enough. What can I do different?
Right.
And it's not to say that there's anything wrong with the story or anything of the sort. In fact, the story's a good story, and I'm happy to be involved. But I just don't know as an illustrator who likes to change or try things, that a graphic novel is the like, or something that has that kind of like repetitious element to it is in the cards for me. At some point, maybe. You know, if it's like loose or it's playful or the idea doesn't, I mean, this is going to hurt your ears, but especially coming from the licensing side, having to match the character from page to page.
Being consistent,
yeah, that's the thing that gets me. That's the thing that scares me the most. Do you
have
like
I got a workshop for you?
It's let me tell you about it. It's out at the highlights.
It's called cartooneverything.com. No, that makes sense too. I mean, when you think about it, like, you know, the thing that I love, when I love watching it, which I'm drawing now, so I'm not watching it. Well, usually when I watch Gabbing Doodles, I'm mesmerized by your cutting. Like, I'm like, oh, how does he see? Like, he looks at a piece of paper and you can see the shape that you know, with you might have your sketch, but you're still able to see it, something that doesn't have a line on it, you know, and you're cutting it, and you have those cool, crazy scissors that make a good sound. So it's like ASMR watching this. So I think that for you, there's so much that happens in the minute. À la minuit. What is it? Minuit in France? À la minuit.
It's too smart for me.
Yeah. 8 years of French, and I can't say minuit. Yeah, à la minuit. À la minute. I think that's it. Yeah. So
I'll trust you.
Yeah.
You could be saying nonsense.
So, yeah, but the idea is that, like, it's happening in the minute that you're cutting, and you might make a wrong cut and that didn't work, and you have to, you know, cut again. But there's the action of making is what imbues your work with that kind of indefinable freshness kind of thing that happens. You have kind of like the modern take on what Eric Carle did, but it doesn't look, and I love Eric Carle, so all props. His museum is 30 minutes from my house. Like, I love you, Eric Carle. But what his work had was kind of, because of course with him it would have been like, oh, look at this new thing, collage and picture books. But like, it doesn't have the layering that you do. His was more like there were distinct shapes.
It was a one-off.
Right? Yeah. Distinct shapes that were creating, there was a lot of negative, beautiful white space around his shapes. But you're having paint and a palette that you're laying down, which is a whole nother thing. And I've heard you explain like your palette before, but you're layering color and you're also layering shapes, and you can watch it happen live when you're doing these things with your glue stick and your Fiskars cuckoo scissors. And what
are you talking? These are Fiskars. No, I don't even remember. My wife knows the name.
Yeah.
Something.
They're
soft touch shears.
Oh, they need a better name, like, you know, like the excavator or the you know, the Slice Master, Slice Master 2000 or something. Yeah. So I think that that's part of why, like, your work is, if you had to do a whole graphic novel like that, you would be, you know, 102. But like, I can't even imagine.
Tearing my hair.
Plus, it wouldn't feel good.
No, I mean,
I don't think it would feel good.
The only thing that I've looked at one point, and thank you for the compliments. This didn't need to be a compliment me set, but
no, but you deserve some. You do.
Yeah, I know. I've been telling my wife for a while. One of the things that I've looked at is the idea of, like, what if I did one color? So it's like essentially spot color.
But
the spot color, instead of being spot, is just like swatches of color.
Right.
And then I ink on top of that. And that seemed like it might be feasible as a long-term thing. But it also, like, it does lose a little bit of the charm for me of layering and stacking and transparency and things. So, like, you know, at some point, maybe my thought process will change, and that will become the thing to do, is to jump into that realm. But right now, it's finding sausages and things to stick. This deli counter. I don't know why a deli counter, but it came to me last night. I was like, I really want to draw a deli counter, and I don't even like meat all that much, but I'm doing it.
No, when you showed me the sketch, I was like, oh, deli counter. That's like, good. Like, I love anything like that, because maybe, you know, this book I'm working on is about my childhood in my mom and dad's diner. So I like anything like that. It's like, oh, these little moments of these, like, places you go that you think are so, like, you don't even notice them, you know, but like, oh, deli, like, I can't imagine, you know, how many times as a kid we went to the deli counter, and like my mom, they don't do pickle barrels anymore because they're not very hygienic, but there always used to be that giant barrel of pickles when I was a kid, and you could get the little tong and reach in, but you always wound up sticking your hand in the pickle juice, hence germs. And like, you got your big giant, you know, pickle out of the deli counter. Like, things like that are cool to kids, because they're forced to experience them on eye level, which, you know, you think about that
the
too.
one that I'm used to now, because when I do the shopping, it will be the guy at the deli counter saying, like, do you want a slice of cheese to the kids? And it's like, just that excitement of like, oh, I'm getting something free. I'm getting a slice of cheese.
Yeah, and I bet it's the best cheese ever. No cheese will ever taste as good as that cheese.
It's probably like the worst cheese that they have there. It's probably not fancy stuff of any sort, but like, as a kid, you're like, I got something cool. This is free. They acknowledge.
Yeah, behind the door to the refrigerated section, they're like, hey, Bob, we got rid of the old cheese.
Yeah, we got rid of that slice that fell under the counter last week. Some kid came along.
Yeah. We had enough kids this week, and we got rid of the old cheese.
I mean, you mentioned that idea even of the what excites me about, or what makes me think that I wanted to do the deli counter, was like that idea of like there is something really special about that, like, glass container, and as a kid, not knowing what all those things were, and just having to go on faith that, like, that's something I'm going to put in my mouth at some point.
Or something I will never put in my mouth.
Olive loaf?
Head cheese?
Head cheese? I don't even know if they still sell head cheese at stores nowadays.
I think they do, and you have to go to the specific areas, but certain neighborhoods certainly still. Olive loaf, head cheese, liverwurst, all of those things.
All those things that your parents threatened you with when you were younger. You don't do this, you're gonna have to eat this thing, this horrifying food. Were you a picky eater when you were a kid?
No, because I grew up in my mom and dad's diner. So I will say, I had a very unique childhood that was all about cooking food, you know. So the only food that I still to this day literally have a phobia about is lima beans.
Interesting. I don't even know if I've had a lima bean.
Don't ever.
Is it?
Don't.
Is it you have a phobia because of the taste, because of the texture? What's the?
It's a texture thing.
Okay.
It used to translate to most beans, but I have grown up and grown out to actually I like some beans. But lima beans are so dry. They are so mealy and dry. So I had an Italian grandmother. My dad's mom was real Italian, and she made this big giant bowl of lima beans, and it was supposed to be your side dish, and I refused to eat it. So she took away my plate, gave me a spoon, put the serving bowl in front of me, and said, "You'll eat the whole bowl of lima beans." And I did the thing where I was like, "No, I will not." And then she said, "Then you won't leave the table." And so sometime, like late. Everybody had gone to bed. I was sleeping with my head on the kitchen table next to the bowl of lima beans. So I just have a thing about lima beans. Fast forward years later, when I was working in animation, I was at this independent animator studio, and she was a vegetarian, and she wouldn't let you bring food into her studio. So she said, I will prepare your lunches. And she put on the middle of the table a giant platter full of fava beans. Do you ever see a fava bean?
Yeah.
It's a giant freaking lima bean. Like, it's a lima bean. It's a lima bean on steroids.
I just love the fact that like the way you said that in particular was a very distinct, like, you should have seen it. It was horrific.
It was. And when you're trying to like break into like a job, like an animation, and you're like, oh my God, I have to eat those. I can't not eat the giant platter of fava beans. Yeah. Oh, that was bad.
You can't just say yuck.
Yeah. No, and I didn't. And I think I managed to squeeze 3 down, like 3 giant fava beans down, and was like, it's so good.
Thank you. May I have another?
Yeah.
This I am someone who I was a fairly picky eater, and my parents will 100% agree to that. When I was a little kid, and I'm still somewhat picky. I will admit that I am not a great connoisseur of variety. But it took me going vegan in college to get me to like appreciate vegetables.
Mm-hmm.
And it's mainly just because I had no other choice.
Right.
It was not a boy, vegetables look good today. It was, if I don't have those, I have nothing, and
right.
I will perish. I don't even, with the diner as sort of your background history in your childhood. What was that? I mean, obviously you said the book was like that.
Yeah, the book, that's one of my thesis picture books that I have the dummy, and then I'm doing 3 finals for. Yeah, so it's kind of, I mean, it's based on my childhood. I didn't make it like this is me, but it is me and my dad. And so yeah, the diner was from the time I think I had just left kindergarten, and then we moved down the shore. My mom and dad bought the diner, which is why we moved down the shore. And until I was like 11 and a half. That's how long we owned it for, I guess just shy, like 6 years. Almost just shy of 6 years. So it was like my major part of my childhood, right? Having a family business, and every waking hour, my mom and dad were so busy running it.
Did you work at the diner too?
I did, because again, this is like 76 to 81. So yeah, I mean, I think one of the things, what I'm really hoping for is, like, I think even though there's child labor laws, most families that have family businesses, the kids grow up in the family businesses. There's no choice, right?
Yeah.
But the parents have to bring their children to family businesses. And so I had an amazing childhood. I still had a childhood. It's not that I still went to dance class. I still, did my homework every single day and got up in time for school. But my mom and dad had to almost create these experiences where, even though we were at the diner a lot, we still kind of had fun and still got to be, kids. I think part of the reason why it was still fun was, of course, we were like 10 minutes away from the boardwalk. So where it was in Manasquan, New Jersey, is not far from Asbury Park. There was a beach in and at Manasquan, but it didn't have the boardwalk. So Asbury Park was the, the fun, like, boardwalky kind of area. Our house was in Bayville, which isn't far from Seaside Heights. So we had all of these like beachy things, growing up. And so I still feel like I had, tons of memories of just playing with friends. And sometimes the friends would have to come to the diner, or my mom and dad dropped me off at friends' houses, a house when they were working. But
your friends going home and they're like, yeah, I had to work the diner again. I had to make 6 pancakes and
yeah,
for some customer that came in because Kelly had to work too.
right. You know what we did? So this is how it was fun. So what we did, my older brother, he's 2 years older than I am. So what we did was we had chores in the diner. We had the chores that kids could do. Fill up the napkins, fill up the straws, fill up the ketchup and mustard squirties, which I always made a mess doing. Fill up the salt and pepper shakers. Put out the napkins and the placemats and the silverware, right? Those are all things that kids can do. And those were our chores in the diner. My dad took a back booth of the diner and no one could sit there. It had drawing paper, pencils, coloring books, a small TV with an antenna, and just every comic book that we could purchase. So there was a comic book shop. The diner was attached to a shopping center, and the shopping center was this L shaped. At the end of the other end of the L, there was a comic book shop, an arcade, a pizza parlor, and a pet shop. So we would get our chores done, and then we would take the merchants in the shopping center would order all their food from the diner. So say it's lunchtime and every merchant is hungry. So they call down to the diner and they say, hey, Joe's Brass Bird Shop wants, the Salisbury steak special. And my dad would make it, and then he'd hand me the order in a bag, and he'd say, okay, go down to Joe's Brass Bird Shop. And then Joe would give me a tip. So I earned money as a little kid. Again, today this probably would be illegal, but I earned money. And so at the end of every weekend, my brother and I, we had so many quarters that we could spend at the arcade on Space Invaders or Centipede or Dragon's Lair or Pinball, or we could go and buy massive amounts of comic books, which we did. And it was fun. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Hearing this, just like, I imagine the book that you worked on, and obviously don't reveal the plot, but I imagine that it's like, there's a lot of going back and nostalgia and like thinking back to all these memories that pop in, and like, okay, how can I fit this into this story, even if it's not part of the plot,
right?
Like, how to make this because it's a nod to whoever, What were there customers that you knew on a regular basis too?
Yeah, there were regulars. There were regulars who would always eat at the diner. And there were also the other employees that became your kind of surrogate family. So there was an old lady who was the cashier, and I actually called her grandma, even though she wasn't my grandma. And I didn't know her name. I just said, oh, that's grandma. Like, I just was like, okay, grandma is at the register. Yeah. So yeah, it was really fascinating. When I think back of it, it does kind of play like a sitcom or something, where like, yeah, there were these regular characters who would come in, they'd order their same favorite food all the time. And the people that I knew, I had my own apron, my own name tag, and my own little guest check order pad. So the fun thing would be with the people that were the regulars, like my dad would be like, yeah, can you go take the order? Because they were always there and they always ordered the same things.
Yeah, he already knew what it was.
Yeah,
whether you got it right or not.
Write it.
Yeah.
I got to write it. I got to say, Dad, one Adam and Eve on a raft and wreck it, and like it was like a silly kind of thing. And I'd get to also ding the bell, like when the order was up, I would be like, ding,
This all
So
sounds like amazing for a little kid. Now, obviously, like child labor, maybe not, but
right.
But still,
right.
The idea of like the responsibility and like to have, like, I bet you the regulars knew you too.
Yeah.
Like, knew everything about sort of like how you operated and all those kind of like, probably knew your birthday and all that.
100%. So like they knew which day of the week, because I would come, I think it was Tuesdays, I would come and I would be in my dance leotard, you know, and like they all knew like, oh, it was, you know, and they'd all say like, oh, what'd you do? Do your dance, you know, and I would be like, all right, I don't want to embarrass myself. So yeah, it was, I think it was great. I think it was like an amazingly unique way to grow up. And I think years later, I was living in Brooklyn and there was a bodega on the corner that I would go every single day and stop and get whatever I needed. Did I need milk? Did I need, you know, whatever it was, bread? Did I need an egg and cheese on a roll? Because they would always have the flat top grill and make like egg and cheese on a roll, whatever it was. And there was a family and they ran it and the kids were always there. You know, they were always there. They'd go to school, they'd come home, and then what are they going to do? Mom and dad are running the store. So the kids are always there. And what are the kids doing? They're stocking the shelves. You could see like there is an age where it starts to get a little old, because I remember my older brother, certainly it was getting old for him. If I was 11, he was 13. So that might be the start of the age where it gets a little old.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't get that because there was a fire. That's how we had to move, is there was a fire and the shopping center burned down. Yeah. Yeah. It was terrifying. And the diner didn't burn, but it got damaged. And so the business kind of went away.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's what happened when I was 11.
Do you go to diners a lot now?
I do. And that's actually like, talk about like being an illustrator today and how the heck do you have to promote yourself compared to maybe a decade ago, how different it was. I plan on doing some let's all visit a diner video. Just visit a diner together. I love diners, and I have such an urge to jump behind the counter whenever I'm in them because that's where I grew up.
Just no, you would ask first, of course, right?
Yeah, maybe.
I love the idea. Like all of a sudden, it hit me like if that book becomes. Wait, is that book in?
It's not said yet. So yeah, it's still. Wait, my agent has been waiting for this book for I don't know how long, honestly. But it took my MFA. I had written it years ago, and it kind of, the look of it was too much like Louise. And so my agent and I went back and forth, and I said, you know what, I got to put this aside. I'm too close to it because it's about my dad. So I'm like a little too close to it. I have too much emotional investment in it. So I put it aside, and then in the MFA, I picked it up again.
Yeah.
With some distance, you know, I got to see some ways to change it.
Amazing to actually, like, if you get that book out on sub and it comes out to like actually have readings in diners.
Yeah, right.
Versus the like bookstore or things. I mean, obviously bookstores too, but just that idea of like to celebrate the diner and the sort of family unit that comes from that, or the relationship there would be pretty awesome.
That would.
I know that, like, you know, can you make a mean scrambled eggs or a mean pancake or anything?
Yes, I think Jace would even attest to it. My scrambled eggs are, Jace always says, how do you do this to your scrambled eggs? And I do think it's like you grow up watching your parents cook constantly and you pick it up through osmosis. Like how do you make them so fluffy? Or I am a decent cook. I am. I'm certainly an impatient cook, but maybe that's also it. I'm a short order cook. Yeah, like holiday meals drive me crazy because there's so much involved in them. But yeah, I do.
That idea of the like the one diner food that I feel like I can never make at home in the same way that you can get at those kind of locations is scrambled eggs. Like you can get good pancakes in a lot of places, but like scrambled eggs, there's something about like the like, I don't know if it's just the oil or the butter that's used or something, but man, oh man, that is the one that I think I'm never going to be able to accomplish in the same way.
I think a lot of the diner food has to do with the flat top grill. Like that's a lot of it. Like you can't necessarily always cook in a pan the same way you could cook on a flat top. So certain things are never going to taste the same,
Yeah.
you know, as they do from a diner, but
never live up to the glory,
to the grease, really.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah. It's the
Never
baked in grease from years,
Yeah.
just years and years of that diner being open.
Yeah.
Do you have any, like, I mean, 11 it was done.
Yeah.
But do you have any, like, memories that were like distinct that you look back and go like, man, I wish I documented this stuff earlier, or that
I wish I had gone back. Well, I was 11, so I was not quite, like, I wasn't, like, you know, in that headspace to, like, my mom and dad did not take my, like pictures,
Yeah.
which I'm always like, I cannot believe, like, you didn't know one day I'd make a book and I'd have to show pictures. Like, that's one thing. We have things like, we have plates, cups, spoons, monkey dishes, which are all like the little weird dishes that come in different shapes. Like, you have your soup cup and you have your coleslaw plate, and I have things from the diner.
Wait a second. A monkey dish?
Monkey dishes are these little metal dishes. They're called monkey dishes. Yeah, and they're like, oh, sometimes a diner will give you a stainless steel dish or bowl, and it'll have like your Jello in it or your sherbet. You know, like something like, they're weird dishes. They're called monkey dishes. Yeah.
No, that's not just a, like, your family thing. That's
that's a term. There's lots of, like, interesting terms. There's lots of things that I am nostalgic about from the diner. The milk that came out of the milk machine, right? So we had a milk machine that squirted milk into your cups and your bowls, was so good because it would come out and it would be like frothy, because it was like, you had to pull this big heavy lever, and it would, but we had regular milk and then we had chocolate milk.
Oh.
And to be a kid with free access to chocolate milk, like, this is why, like, I am probably pre-diabetic, but that's like that's it. Like, it was like to a kid, you're like, and I would bring my friends there, and you can imagine how cool I was to my friends. And I'm like, you can have all the chocolate milk you want. Yeah.
All those kids go to school the next week barfing from too much sugar.
Everybody's become lactose intolerant.
Yeah. We have a diner that's near us not near us anymore, but when I was down in Watertown, there was a diner called the Deluxe Town Diner that had some, like, non-traditional, like, they would have like a tofu burger and but they had your standard fare as well. But one of the things that, like, I will always love about that place was they had raspberry lime Rickies. And, like, that's something else. That's another one of those things where, like, to me, that's a classic, like, quintessential diner drink. And it's that, you know, the mixed on the spot, not out of a can, not out of a whatever it may be. And, like, if I'm at a diner and they have that as an option, I'm 100% getting that without question.
Are you still a vegetarian, or are you?
No,
you got that?
No, I gave up on that.
Yeah.
I was vegan straight edge when I was in college.
Right. I think I remember you telling me that. Yeah.
I think I probably told you this too, that, like, I was half the weight that I am now.
Right.
And I was a anxious wreck, basically, when I was in school. And the vegan diet also added to the fact that I was so skinny. And now it's just sort of, we eat chicken and turkey here and there.
Yeah.
But I still like seitan and tofu. Like, you give me tofu that's just cooked in some olive oil with a little bit of salt on it.
Yeah.
I am a happy person.
Yeah.
Like, I don't eat a lot, but I'm also not like the classic, you know, I want a burger at a diner person. That's not been ever. So I probably miss out on some of the good fare that's in those locations. But pancakes and pancakes, that's the griddle too. That's the other thing about it is the pancakes are always like, there's not hot spots, and so nice and even and brown. And you can never do that at home unless you actually have a griddle.
I gotta griddle. I got a griddle. Yeah, when I finally got a house, when I bought this house in 2021, that was my one thing, is like I got to pick out the stove I wanted, and I was like, I want a griddle. So yeah.
Not even like a electric griddle on the side or nothing?
It's right in the middle of the stovetop is a black, what do you call it? A cast iron flat top right in the middle of the stove. And I do use it, but I will say it's a pain in the butt to clean.
Yeah.
And I'm not someone who's going to be like, well, the grease adds to the flavor. No, I don't. I'm like, oh crap, now I got to clean it again. Yeah, but it makes very good pancakes for that reason. It gets even. It's an even heat. So yeah, like I think that the diner, the idea of diners, like they're disappearing. Like good old diners are certainly not around as much as they used to be, but when you have one and when you find one, it's like the best. Like having that diner, that local diner and that neighborhood diner that you can go to for absolutely reliable breakfasts, and like there's nothing better.
We have like a not necessarily a franchise diner, but there's a couple of them around, so I guess technically it is franchised. Have you ever heard of IHOP? No, I'm just kidding. We do have this thing called Mary Ann's Diner that's near us, and it's basic diner food, but I like the small, like the Deluxe Town Diner that was in Watertown. Like it was in an old car, like a
diner cars.
Yeah, and like that's the thing. I mean, it's cramped seating. Like at my scale, sitting in one of those booths is very hard because the booth is up against you. Whether you want it to or not, it's there. But it is definitely I think most people, I would assume most people in the U.S. at least have some fond relationship with a diner.
I think it's funny because they call them different things across the country. They're not always called a diner. I think diner tends to be East Coast. Some are luncheonettes, right? Some are just called restaurants. Like California, I lived in LA after college, and there's a million things that are diners, but they're always like, it's the Dolores restaurant. Like, that's not a restaurant, that's a diner, it's and they're cool, and they're more like mid-century places, but
what did you call it, a luncheonette?
Some are called luncheonettes. Yep, luncheonettes.
You've never seen a luncheonette? Like a table, like, oh, we're gonna have lunch at the luncheonette. Like, move to the luncheonette here versus the dining room table. But I just don't know enough about like terminology to get that one. But I feel like it's always been. I feel like a diner is a specific thing, though. Like, I don't think you can say, hey, this is I don't want to say like a luncheonette. Like a diner to me is. I guess we're talking names. We're talking.
If you want to get technical, because there's a world of diner enthusiasts that I have only scratched the surface of, but there are people who, like everything has a fandom in the world, and so there are also people who are that way about diners. The requirement to be called a diner is to have a counter with stools. Like, that's it. If you don't have a counter with stools, then you're not a diner.
I can see that.
That's it. Yeah.
I mean,
if you're just tables, don't go calling yourself a diner.
I mean, to me, it's a diner is like a couple of booths here and there, and then a row of stools and the counter. Like that's a diner. Otherwise, it's just a restaurant.
Right.
Like IHOP tries to purvey it or to pretend it's a diner, but it's not. It's just a restaurant.
Right.
Do you with the book that you're working on with? Have you finished the manuscript altogether?
This book, this manuscript is done. Okay. So the diner manuscript is done, and I'm actually, it's one of those things. Like, I'm really happy with it. I always think when I think back on my first few books, I always felt like I was flying by the seat of my pants, like just like, what am I doing? Okay, people seem to like it, so I guess I'm doing something right?
Yeah.
And this one, and then this other one that I'm working on. I'm like, no, like I actually think these, actually are kind of good. So, yeah, and I also have a second one that I did as part of my thesis that I think is just silly fluff. But every time I show it to somebody, they're like, "This is funny." I'm like, "Okay, okay." Like it's like to me, it's like this is a pointless picture book about just a slice of pizza. So
But
yeah,
it doesn't have the same history or nostalgia like the diner. I mean, I can imagine you could write the most wonderful book, but when you compare it to something that is like a lived experience, it's never going to be the same.
Yeah, and I think that also puts a lot of stakes, though. I mean, I think about this book going on sub, and I'm like, there's a lot attached to this book. It's really a love letter to my dad, who I lost in 2016, and it's really about a dad and the daughter, and how he's kind of making sure, like, everything that is still part of childhood happens at the diner. And there are things in the book that he really did. Like he really did help me with my math homework on the cash register. And, he really did patiently watch me make a mess with the ketchup and mustard, filling up all the squeezy bottles and making a total disaster. And so, I think for me, I'm like, okay, well, I will exhaust every single publisher in the world when we sub this book, because I just feel like the stakes are higher for this one.
Drive them all nuts. Like, this isn't right. This isn't right. This salt shaker is wrong. You guys are.
Yeah, but also like just thinking like, if it gets rejected from any of the ones I worked with before, then going and keep going and keep going, and just being like, all right, this one is more important that it gets made than anything, I guess. That's how I feel. So that's why I'm like a little bit nervous. Like, oh boy.
I can see that. I mean, I have a couple of books that like I have one book right now that my agent I sent to her, and she thinks it's fun, but it needs some work, and I need to go back and tweak it. But it is a book that I feel like is quintessentially me.
Oh boy.
And like just the like cadence and the weirdness and the like absurdity to it is like right in line with the way my brain works.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody I've read it to has said like, oh, this is good, this is funny, you gotta go there. But there's also a part of me that goes, and more power to Jen here, because I know that she's she's got experience that I don't.
Right.
But there's part of me that goes like, I think it needs to be something other than just your standard like 32-page picture book. And maybe it needs to be this like weird tone, but who's going to buy that? Who's going to like jump on that and go, hey, this is like going to cost us more money to print. Probably won't sell in the same level that any other book that you've worked on will. Like it's a hard sell, I think.
It's a hard sell. Is it 48 pages?
Originally it was 48 pages. Jen did a pass at it to like show me what she thought could happen. Got it down to 32. Okay. But there's part of me, and you've talked to me enough. I do a lot of tangents.
Right. Right.
Yeah, I jump ship and talk about something else for a second. And so like some of these weird little tangents, like I'm almost tempted to just add in more and more and more tangents into it. And then all of a sudden it's a 60-something page book. And like, that's not a picture book anymore. That's some other entity. And like, is that okay? Is there a market for that even?
Right.
Like
is it a book where the idea of tangents can be worked in? Like the idea of that, of like people go off on tangents all the time. And I used to think one of the most brilliant ideas, of course, in my head it was a brilliant idea, but I used to think like, if I could only come up with a picture book starring a red herring, I would be a freaking genius. Like a book where like all of a sudden a red fish just walks in and it takes the book off on a totally different direction, right? But that's the only part of the idea I ever came up with. So if someone steals that idea, I'm gonna come for you. Like I just like the idea that like you go off on tangents is also like it's a cool thing, and having a book that's longer because it kind of is part of the making of it is like a funny,
it starts to
funny thing.
It's meta. Like, there was an era in which meta books were really big. Like,
for
a
little while, like 2012, 13.
Yeah, somewhere in there that they were sort of they got sort of worked through, but they were also meta about it. Just this is a book.
Oh,
but there were
also that one with Adam Rex and Mac Barnett. They did a big meta book.
I can't remember which one that was.
They were like clay figures, and the picture book was happening, and then on the bottom they had little effigies of themselves talking about what was going on in the book. And that was like, I was like, wow, we've really gone it's like Mystery Science Theater 3000 but in picture books.
I think part of me wants to go to a meta level of like not meta in the sense of the book, but meta in the sense of how stories work. And that to me hasn't been done as much. And so like that idea of a red herring, or the idea of
if you have a red herring, I apologize so much.
What?
I said your book is like has a red herring. I'm sorry if I ruined it.
No,
no red herring.
No, the book I have is about ants.
Okay, cool.
I'll leave it at that.
Leave it at that.
Yeah, I'll tell you at some point, because I am really proud of it, but I also need to not give it away to the audience, because I could ruin the whole book right now if I told you what the book is.
I'm
not that stupid. I'm stupid, not that stupid.
Well, you don't know. 6 months from now, we could see a whole bunch of diner books getting picked up.
How much? So have you had, one of the things I was talking to Chad about, and I know that I've had this conversation with a lot of people. How many times have you seen a book come out that was the idea that you had originally?
Not many, but a few times. Yeah, there's the big one that happened. I was not surprised when it happened. I felt like I was racing against the clock, and I did lose the race against the clock. I went for 2 weeks to the Lake District of England in 2017, and I came back so in love with Beatrix Potter, and I was like, I just waited too long to get into writing a picture book about her. And then right when I was in the middle of writing the book and doing so much work, 2 picture book biographies came out about Beatrix Potter, and I was like, it was gonna happen, and I just took too long. But my book is different than theirs, so I figure I can wait a couple years and then try my version of what it is. And then I don't think anybody's ever done this idea, so I might not say exactly what it is, but I do feel it is also kind of a race against the clock. Again, I heard a story on NPR during the pandemic, and it was the most heartbreaking, gut-wrenching story that would have made the most genius picture book in the world about animals.
Harambe?
And what'd you say?
You said Harambe?
It was not Harambe. What's Harambe?
That's the gorilla that they had to shoot. Where they
God, I didn't know that.
The kid fell down in the thing, and they ended up shooting him and like.
I remember that the boy fell down and the gorilla saved the boy, and then but that's heartbreaking.
That's when you say a heartbreaking animal story. That's one of the ones where like.
Wow.
I go to.
That is heartbreaking. I don't know how you could make that into a picture.
The final end paper is red.
Yeah.
And leave it at that.
That's not. Not only would it not get published, I think you'd scar children for that. Would be like Bambi, right? Yeah. Bambi's mom. It would just ruin generations. And again, like I did sketches. I thought of the idea. I was like, oh, I could just sit down and get your, button chair and write this book. And then I think now, like any moment now, Someone's going to come out with this book. There was a story on NPR, and that's the thing. Like you would say, like you don't listen to podcasts about art, or I don't listen to podcasts about art, and when you take in other stuff, you never know. Like if you keep your antenna up, you never know what's going to spark an idea.
Yep.
And there was a story about a sheep that went away from the flock and went out into the woods of Scotland and then like disappeared and lived wild. And of course that meant the sheep was never shorn.
Oh, I know this story. Yeah. I know.
And that sheep just kept getting bigger and bigger and was out in the wild, and there was branches and things and stuff stuck in the wool. And I was like, this is a genius picture book. Like, this is like, you could take that and exaggerate the heck out of it.
Yeah.
With all kinds of funny things that got stuck into the wool. And so I started drawing the sheep with all this wool, and then I think over there in the UK, they made a picture book. But it was very, very much of the exact real story. It was basically, this is what happened, and this is how, and then they put it in, and then they took all the wool off, and now it's happy. But to me, it's where does your brain go? Where does the reality fall away? And you keep going,
Yeah,
right? And you keep telling a weirder version, like, of what actually happened. And that's where, like, well, you might still be able to write that book, but you just have to go way beyond reality.
It's like going to Oliver Jeffers' book, Stuck.
Mm-hmm.
Or it just like at that point where the fire engine shows up and you're like, oh, they're going to save the day. And then they throw the fire engine up.
Yeah.
And like, such a good weird little twist on it that you can't, if you're going to do it, you have to use it as a theme, not necessarily as the story.
Right.
One of the ones that I've had a couple of them that I've written and I'm like, this is a really good idea, and then all of a sudden a book comes out with almost the exact same plot, or very similar. But the one that's the weirdest one for me is the Penny book. That I had a manuscript that I was working on that was the exact story that was handed in for that book by someone else. And I ended up found me because I did a little drawing on Instagram. I posted it of a penny, and they came back to me and said like, oh, we like this penny image. We have this book about a penny. And I read it. I'm like, that's my story. And it was about a lucky penny who didn't know its worth and whatnot. And like, it's funny that like the drawing that I did turned into it, but I missed the boat. I didn't jump on it fast enough. And more power to Kim who wrote it. Like, she did a good job with it and it's taken off, but it's fascinating to me, that idea of like, the speed and the understanding of, current events sometimes, or like you were mentioning with some of those, or just people's ability to get the idea out at the right time, like that.
Right.
The diner book, like, for all we know, right now might be the perfect time to put it out, but also like 5 years down the line might be even better, or it's a bestseller at that point, and today it's a good book, but it's not a bestseller, or there's some weird factors that go into all of this.
Yeah, that's stuff that I don't sweat. I have known so many people in children's books who I think hurt. It's almost like they flog them. What do they call that thing that they smack on your back? Like, can you flagellate yourself? Like I have no interest in that. I've never read reviews ever. Ever. I've never sought out a review for anything. People have sent that to me, and I actually say, why did you send this to me? Like, I don't read reviews. I don't go to Goodreads. I don't look at Amazon.
Yeah.
The books go out, and I have no more control. And what I enjoy is, what do the kids say? Do I get letters? And it's not that I don't care. I do care, and I, as much as anybody else, have a tiny, I'm not a very competitive person, but I have a tiny bit of, wanting to succeed.
Yep.
But I don't want to hurt myself. I have this desire to just say, like, I want my brain to be my safe space. So I don't want to put things in it that are going to mess up my creativity. So yeah, I try not to overthink. There's some things that are going on now that hurt my brain, whether it's AI or whether it's all the scraping and the there are things now that are going on that I'm like, this hurts my brain. Like I feel a sense of doom like going on. And I also find it fascinating. Again, I feel like promotion for an illustrator now is so scary and so hard. It feels like you can't do enough. And I feel like I'm not I'm an older person. Not that I'm old, but I'm older, that I feel bad for the younger people.
I mean,
and that
you lived through the yellow fever, right? Back in
yes,
yeah,
back in 2016. Yeah, no, no, but I do feel like the amazing world, right? We're on Instagram right now. We're on this amazing platform that has grown for artists, but then also the amount of we're talking on Kidlit Postcard Day, and I saw your lovely postcard that you posted today. Amazing hashtag Kidlit postcard, right? It was this amazing thing that grew out of the pandemic, and then just the other day, Gina Perry is like, everybody go to Kara, because hashtag Kidlit postcard gets no traction anymore on Instagram.
Yep.
So the ground is shifting under our feet faster than we can keep up, I think.
Well, I mean, I like Gina with that moving even said though, like, post it where you want to post it, but
right,
like she wants the heart of it to be on something like Kara. Right. But in reality, like, I've seen so many people still posting on other things. I talked when I was talking with Chad for a second, not to keep bringing that up. Did you know I know Chad? No.
Hi, Chad. Yeah. If you're listening.
Jarvis is watching apparently. My wife just said Jarvis.
Hey, Jarvis.
But when I was talking with Chad, one of the things I brought that up. I was like, "Oh man, what are we talking about with this?" Why can't I think of the name of it now? Kara.
Right.
Like, people. He's like, everybody needs to calm down. Like, the idea that is going to somehow not fall prey or is going to, like, it's lovely. It's a wonderful idea and people should really use it. But at the same time, people are jumping to it like it's this or nothing else, or that, if you don't jump on this now, you're going to be behind the times or whatnot. Right. Like, I was asking him, I was like, what about hashtags? And he said, I don't even look at hashtags. And it's like, oh, okay, because there's been such a push for, you can have this many hashtags and you got to use them the right way and whatnot. And it's interesting to hear from that other side, on the agent side at least, of what is really important. And as a community, Kara is a great community. As a business decision, I don't know if it's always I don't know if there's ever going to be a perfect solution. And
I don't think there will for a while. I think some things will settle down. I tend to think that we're still in the post-pandemic, what's the next phase thing.
Yeah.
The pandemic was like the world of children's publishing. It's like one of the those snow globes, and it was just shook it up and shook it up and shook it up, and you need all those little white flakes to kind of do and finally settle. And I think that we're still kind of in that kind of phase where things haven't quite settled down. They're better than they were, but and I think that Kara is, as of now, for artists to look at other artists' work. I don't think it's a promotional platform yet. There's just not enough there yet.
And it becomes a question of for me, it depends on what you're into. What I don't want, and this has been a little bit of a fear of mine with the introduction of that or all these other different social platforms, is I don't want it to be a judgment call on people of, oh, you didn't switch to this, still on that, or you switch to that.
Right.
Why didn't you stay on this?
Right.
Because the idea of the division aspect that could come from it,
right,
I think is really problematic.
Yes.
And I have seen, I mean, I have seen posts both from people on Kara and posts from people on Instagram that have been divisive. Like that's
yes.
that feels gross.
That's the bunny eat bunny world. It does exist. The bunny eat bunny world does.
Yeah.
It does exist, of this kind of like, everybody's doing this and you have to too. I lost that. I don't have any of that pressure. It's one thing I'm grateful for the implosion of my life, is that I don't care. I don't care. It's not that I don't want to succeed. It's that the ambition and drive within the construct that existed pre-pandemic in children's books no longer interests me. It used to, very much so. You have said to me a few times, you're like, do you know you're famous? And I'm like, no, I'm not. I had a moment. And that moment was a nice little taste of a glimpse into the world of the people who are really successful in children's books, like the people who will be perennials, right? And will go down and.
But you're a name that if you drop that name.
I don't think so, but
I've seen it. There was a time, and at the last, and it's probably never going to happen again. At the last SCBWI thing, I was sitting down. It's the first time it ever happened to me, but I watched this shock happen on someone's face. They saw me and they go, "Are you the Mark Hoffman?" And I was, like, "What? Yeah, what? I'm a Mark Hoffman." And they were so excited, and they sat down and they talked to me, and then you came along and sat down, and I looked at them, I go, "Do you know Kelly?" And they looked at you and then looked back at me and then looked at you again, and you could see the like utter shock in their face, because and I don't mean it to be like I want to make your ego go boom boom boom.
Right. But I have no ego, so it's okay.
But more so it was just like you had inspired them, or you had somehow affected them as either they weren't young enough to be having read the book for themselves in that sense, but like as a career, as someone who really cared, like it meant something to them.
I think I think there was a time when, again, I had this moment, which it's fascinating, because you're really in the world outside children's books, you're nobody. But in this little world of children's books, I think anybody who is aspiring, anybody who wants this and wants this badly, looks to those who have made books that they like, and books that they think are impactful, and where they have seen get up on a stage and speak. And that's part of it. I did a lot of speaking. I did a lot of keynotes, and I did a lot of talking, and I think if you're a person saying, hey, I was once you, I worked hard and I got this, now look, let me tell you, maybe I can give you some help, how you can get there. You do make an impact on these aspiring other writers and illustrators. And that's what I think is lasting. And I'm grateful if that's the lasting effect of that time period. That's awesome, right? That maybe people still say like, oh my God, I saw you blue in 2000 and merp, and and you were so nice to me. I get that a lot. Like I get like, you looked at my portfolio and you were so nice to me, and I'm like, oh, I'm so glad, I said something that was useful, or did something that and that's awesome. But I will say, right, I have those people too, right? I just said like, oh, I love Bob Shea. Now Bob Shea is not an untouchable. He's a very nice guy, right? But there are people that when I see them, I go like, ooh, oh, look at you. There I have my heroes too. So I think that's nice.
It's nice how you're avoiding my name in that, but it's okay. It's it's a real subtle way to hint.
I think yet you're not one of my heroes. No, I think you are one of my contemporaries that I admire.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Good cover.
Well, I would say, like, do you have someone? Is there someone in children's books that you go like, that person is like someone I admire?
If I ran into Christian Robinson,
Mm.
I probably would like cower in a corner and not know what to do with myself.
Wow.
His work is so like beyond my brain that I know. I mean, at some point, I'm going to ask him to be on Gab and Doodle and things of the sort, and I'm hoping that he will say yes. But I also know that
he's
like
he seems very private.
Yeah, that's another factor that goes into it.
Yeah.
But he is just someone who, like, the way he makes different things and like has no, it feels like he has no art filter that he has to run stuff through. It just sort of happens. And to me, it's less of a like he's my hero in the sense of like I want to be him, but more so I want to be able to let go of my process the way that he does. Not get caught up in like everything has to have the same aesthetic or the looseness that's allowed there. I want to get to that level at some point. And so I think I would probably cower a little bit in that situation and not know what to do with myself.
Right.
But I think that's very different than sort of like just a like you're my hero.
Right.
I'm to like, let me have your baby situation.
Right. I had a phenomena where everybody wanted to be my friend. So there's a little difference, right? It's not just like, oh, you like my book. It was, I used to get a lot of, back in the days of the blog, when we all had blogs, like I used to get like a lot of people writing to me like, oh, I feel like I know you. And, oh, I feel like we could be best friends. And I was like, okay.
Cool.
Back then, it's like, that's nice. Yeah, I think it is. It is an aspect of hero worship, and it's lovely. Some people turned into actual friends. Some people turned into friends that were contingent upon success. And when my success started to go away, so did the friendships, which I found fascinating. So, it's interesting because it is its own weird little world that feels all encompassing when you're in it. But in actuality, to the greater world, it's a very small group of people, you know? Yeah. And so I have definitely learned that it can't be everything. It cannot be your whole world, and that's smart of you that you want to talk to the plumber and and keep your eyes elsewhere and let the rest of life feed your soul and help you get through.
That I would probably be the most nervous around, honestly, is not the artist, because I feel like I can sort of relate to them in some form or fashion, but the comedian, because that's the like I don't want to say I'm a comedian or anything of the sort, but like I do like humor.
Yes.
And to have someone that like is just a natural humorist of sorts, it's very hard to sort of manage. I mean, one of the things I've thought about, like if I could ever have a picture book with a famous person or whatnot, my goal would be to actually have one with a comedian.
Right.
Because then I would get to go out on tour with the comedian.
Right.
Go to comedy shows and do the things that like would probably excite me the most out of all of it.
Have you ever done improv or anything?
No. I'm not.
I bet you could.
I might be able to. I'm not a great active listener, which is I listen, but I'm not a good active listener. I would lose the thread too easily.
Yeah.
I'm too much of a tangent person.
Right.
I'm good at the Don Rickles type of comedy.
You want to insult everybody?
Oh, my best days in the classroom are when I just totally tease people and make them feel like I'm a jerk. That's my wheelhouse right there. uh, it's I mean, I'm not always proud of it.
Right.
Well, no, that's not true. I am kind of proud of.
Well, as long as it's done right, the kids all know it's done with love. It's done with it's a gentle ribbing, done with affection. Then that's when that's the thing of it. Like Don Rickles, like you had to know he was joking because I mean his best friend was Bob Newhart. You two opposite ends of the spectrum. The nicest guy in the world was best friends with the most insulting man. Because they were well aware that those were all jokes.
Is there a if you had to pick someone to like work with on a book that is outside of your realm, like a non-writer or someone that you could be like, oh, have you ever thought about writing a book? And then all of a sudden you're working on a book together. Who would that?
Other than the Beatles, right? Other than, and it's only Paul and Ringo left. So
I know. I have a lot of choice there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think again, there are many comedians that I like, but many of the comedians that like Mel Brooks is one of my heroes. I love Mel Brooks. He's going to be 98 this month. 98 years old.
Now,
Mr. Brooks.
Did you like the new History of the World Part 2? No.
I never watched it because I was afraid I'd hate it.
Okay. Yeah, I would avoid it.
Because the first one is formative. Like the first one is so, like I just can't tell you, like just how, like some of his movies are just like, yeah, like I learned to laugh from his movies, from Young Frankenstein, and so I haven't watched the new one. I heard it was, I had moments, but was mostly not so great, right?
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, and I also don't like a lot of the people who were in it. Like I don't know, I don't know. Yeah, so I didn't go see. I didn't see it. Trying to think any other comedians that I would want to do a book with. No, but there are musicians. Like there's tons of musicians that I would love. Like I think so many songs are already good things to read.
Yeah.
That would make a lovely picture book. Whether I'm the person to illustrate it or not, I don't know. But.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm super jealous of Dan Santap for working with Rhett Miller because I'm a big Rhett Miller fan. But it's all Rhett Miller poems, and it's like, what a cool combination there.
Did you ever meet Dan? Do you ever have him on? You never had him on.
I have not had him on. He's on a group that I used to, and I have not done it in ages, on a Discord channel. And Mike Bolt and Kale Ashton, and there's a few of them that are on there, and chatted with him on there, but I have not had him on here.
He's one. I would say he, again, like in my weird journey that I've had, he's one of the best people that I have really truly, like, it's somebody who is so successful but also is just a decent, kind, nice guy.
Yeah, I mean, the fact, I mean, one of the things that's really fascinating to me about all of this world of kidlit is, again, how interconnected everything is, but also how friendly people are with each other. And so, like, would I normally go out there and have a conversation with him? No, I would probably, like, I might say something to him at some point, like see him at a conference and be like, hi, you're cool, whatever it is. Not like be a real idiot in front of someone. But, but I also know that, like, none of that matters to most of these folks. None of them are looking at each other going like, hey, you're beneath me or anything of the sort. And the industry itself is just so kind to everybody, no matter what their status is. Like, I that idea. I just lost the one piece. Now I gotta find a piece of tracing paper in the mess.
Oh no! Did it fall on the floor?
Yes, it did. Give me a second. I gotta find. I just like worked out all this color on it that I liked. Oh, there it is. Got it. But that idea of maybe this is both, like, hits true for both of us now because of the teaching aspect, but I am more than willing to open up and tell people sort of history and inside secrets and stuff that I've learned in this industry than I ever thought I would when I was starting out. Like, I always thought it was this, like, well, I gotta fend for myself.
Right.
Like, if I have to cut people down along the way, I gotta do that to make it. And now I'm at this point where I'm just like, no, like, none of that matters. The competition aspect isn't really the same thing that it was in other industries that I've been in, or the fight is different. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And so it's just, to me, that's always such a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
I mean, have you done a lot of, like, just advice for people online? Not that I want to have, like, people go, I'm gonna DM Kelly after this.
No, I have. I have given out, literally, I find it again. I find it like, if I go through, like, my history, I'm like, I have been an advice giver the whole time. Yeah, I remember getting phone calls from people. I've never met them never met you in person, but, like, I follow you online, and you're so open with all your experiences and your journey to getting published, and I just want to ask you some questions. And yeah, no, I have. And I do think, again, if the lasting effect that little amount of success that I had is that people have positive feelings about me, then I've done maybe the best kind of promotion that you can do. I actually think there was a time when I got letters from booksellers during one of the lowest parts of my divorce, which was horrible. Some booksellers, I think they got together. This is from different bookstores. They got together and they wrote me supportive letters. And I was flabbergasted. And I realized, wow, I did something right, because they feel not just about my book, but about me as a bookmaker, invested in, like, we can't wait for your next book. We want you to know we're all going to be here, like, waiting for the next book to come out. I did something right, even if I didn't know what the hell I was doing at the time. And I think it's cause maybe I didn't know what I was doing, that it went that way. Yeah. Yeah, I have had moments also where I worry that the goodwill has dissipated, but then somebody somewhere will say something, and I'll be like, whoa, no, I tend to think, like, oh yeah, like, my books they're still in print and they still sell, and I still get a small royalty on them, which I think in and of itself is success. Like, yeah, and but I every now and then someone will say something and I'm like, oh wow, I go, okay. Like, who gave me, I mean, him too, you went to school. You guys, you had such an amazing time at RISD, because it was you and Chad and Jarrett and Kelly Murphy, and, like, there was such a crowd of people at RISD when you were there. I Jarrett Kozaska said to me, because I knew him before, I met him before I got published.
Yeah.
And he said to me, if I can give you the best piece of advice that anybody ever gave me, and I could say it to you, and he said it to me, and I actually did, like, listen to that advice. He said, everybody you ever meet in the world of children's books will remember that first interaction. That first impression is everything. And he said, always put a smile on your face, no matter what goes wrong, no matter if you're having a bad day, no matter if you show up at a book signing and there's no books, if whatever it is, whatever goes wrong, wherever you are, just smile, and they will remember forever and like you forever. And it was such good advice.
Well, he never gave me that advice. he just said, get out there and get out of my way. No, right. Jarrett just one of those people who like is I mean, if you read his graphic novels, if you hear any of his story, it's a fascinating tale of giving along the way. And I know there's people that probably have had some jealousy issues of him. Like I know I did. Admittedly, when I got out of school, I was very jealous of his success because he was my roommate, and like I knew the behind the scenes of like, oh, he's this guy, and why does he get success? Like, why does he get a book deal and I don't? And all these like horrible thoughts. And then you look at it and you go like, okay, but look at him as a person, and he's pretty darn amazing as a person altogether. And I mean, just as a teenager to go and work at a camp for kids who have like serious cancer, like that kind of stuff, like not every teenager is going to do that, and he went and did that when I spent time goofing around and farting on video games, you know, during my teenage years. And it's like that means something in the end, that I don't know as I can like sit there and go like, he doesn't deserve success, or why is his success more than mine? So like his success is his success because he deserves it.
I think that people, and I know this because I even can say this about like my own parents. So my mom and dad came from homes that were like both my grandfathers were alcoholics. So my mom and dad found each other and kind of connected through like this mutual understanding of like what it was like to grow up in this kind of household. And my mom and dad busted their butts. Like they were butt buster, hard worker. We're going to do better for ourselves and our kids. And we're going to like make this whole life that's nothing like the life that, you know, we grew up with. And I think Jarrett he's a couple generations forward, but I think he had that. You grew up with adversity, and you can either fall into adversity or you can say like, no, I am going to bust my butt and I'm going to build something, you know? And I think that that's truly, he is someone who is somebody who I admire. Like he has busted his tuchus for every single thing that he has achieved and continues to bust his tuchus. But I even think like, again, I'm talking about like, go back to what we started off saying. It's hard to be an MFA with 24-year-olds who don't know life yet and don't know how to have the career, because learning how to sustain a career is very different than learning how to start a career. So even watching Jarrett sustain a career and learning how to use technology and videos and like, and I, you know, it's almost like I just watch and go, God, I'm so tired. I'm so tired.
Like the energy that those people have, like, you know, even we mentioned the idea of Dan Santat, and when I chatted with him, like he put out some list at some point of his books that he was working on, and it was a spreadsheet, and it was like for 1 year, the amount of books that he put out was just ridiculous. I'm like, I don't one, I mean, he's very fast, and I'll give him that. That's going to make a huge difference. But he also is someone, and same with Jarrett, like just the amount of work that goes into some of these projects. There's quite a few folks that don't understand or don't want to put in that time and effort. And unless they're going to put that in, it is definitely not going to live up to that same level. Like myself admittedly, like I don't know if I have the ability to work at that kind of pace or to be that actively engaged with an industry. You know, I try.
You do a lot. I mean, I think the other thing is finding out how to do it the way you can manage it, right? So look what you did with this. What's something that you can do? Oh, well, I like to talk to people and I want to doodle. You know, this is something that's unique to you, right? That you started and has had an impact. So many people watch it. So, you know, I think that you find a way to do it your own way, because truly what you just said is very true. So many people think it's a faster road to getting published and having books, and it's not. Like, it's not. You cannot look at someone at Dan Santat, like Dan Santat, and just say, I want to be Dan Santat. I taught someone in my online class who told me, I said, you need to come back next class and give me some people that you admire. And the student came back and said, well, I want to be like Dan Santat. And I was like, oh yeah? I was like, do you really know? You know, you like his work. His work is wonderful. But do you really know, what Dan Santat does and what his journey has been and how long it took him and, where he started? Do you know he started making a TV show? Do you know, like it's that shiny object thing. So many people just kind of see the books or hear about the Caldecott or, and all of a sudden, like, I want to do that too. And it's like, it's a long journey.
Slow down. Well, the other one that I think it comes into play too is that, like, there's a lot of people that go like, I want to go out there and do all the school visits and things of that sort. And it's like, because there is money in that. There is a huge chunk of money in that. But in reality, and I know this for my own sake, of it sounds cool, but do I really want to be on the road all that time? Like, I mean, some of those folks, like Jarrett included, I mean, the amount of school visits that are happening is to a level that is hard to fathom. And I don't know as I want to give up that much of my time to be on the road. Or like, I don't know as it is going to make, how do I want to put this? I don't know as that is the level of success that I want to get out of being on the road or doing anything of that sort, because I have other priorities. And I'm not saying Jared didn't have like priorities with family or anything of the sort, but I am also not the type of person who likes to travel. And like, there's part of me that goes like, yeah, that'd be cool if I could make that kind of money. And then like, yeah, but do I want to do the thing that doesn't excite me?
No, you don't.
Well,
you don't want
I'm trying to live someone else's life. This is really depressing, probably, for those that are listening. Like,
well, I think it's a reality check. There's so many different ways to do this career, and one of the things that I've come to realize is that I don't have to be, again, this thing. The thing I thought I wanted when I got the first book deal, which was illustrating somebody else's manuscript. It wasn't as an author illustrator. But everything happened very quickly. It was like boom, 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 boom. So what I realized is what I wanted back then is nothing like what I want now. Now I just want to make another book. I just want the next book to happen. I want a book to come out. I want the next book to come out. I want to do that. I want to do the making, and anything that happens after the making is gravy. But I don't want all that. I'm not doing it to get those things. I'm just doing it to do I have an idea in my head. I think it's a good one, and I'd like kids to experience it. And everything else is if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, I'm going to be okay, because I know now you can lose it all and still be okay. So it's kind of like the decision to say, like, it's the making, it's the illustrating, it's the creating part of it that is, it'll make me some money along with teaching so that I can pay my bills. But it's the process that is what is going to keep me going, for the rest of my life.
Yeah, I mean, like and admittedly, this is again, we all have that like imposter syndrome. I think there's jealousy and things that pop up just in general in the world of illustration. And I know that it's hit me at times, and I know that there's probably times today where I'm still like, how come that person gets this and I don't? But I think the thing that I keep going back to is just that idea of what is considered success to me does not have to be the same thing that I once thought it was. Success at one point was, fame and fortune and all these things. And I think longevity is probably a better word for it, of what I would want, or impact. Like that's different than fame. Like fame, you're going to have impact as a famous person. I get that. People are going to notice you and whatnot. But I think the idea of, like you mentioned, like those little kids that come up and go, hey, like especially with like your book series, I know that there is a like group of kids that went through, and that was a big deal at the time that came out. And I think mine are I've had a couple little instances like that, but not to the same. It wasn't like, most of mine aren't built around a character that had sort of an IP that went with it, like Louise. But that idea of like having some kids come up to me and go like, I really love this book, is much more rewarding than like, ooh, I'm famous to an adult. It's the kids that really matter in the end, which is, maybe the reason why we got into this. I don't know.
Yeah, I think honestly, I don't think the kids were the reason I got into it. I think the kids became the kind of like that Cracker Jack surprise I didn't know was going to be in the box. And then I realized, wow, this is the best. Like, I think I got into it because I was trying desperately to figure out what I could do with my cartooning skills, right? So I was trying to think, I came out of animation, I was worked all that time drawing other people's characters. What can I apply these things to? Well, let's try kids books. I'm a mom and I got to do something from home. My first thing was I took a night class at SVA, and it was like a, intro to children's books night class, just to learn like everybody has to do, learn the format, learn the format of making a picture book. So I really think I was thinking it just the way I thought of everything else, which was I was a production artist and I was going to take my skills and produce something else, just try something else. And then it took so long to get published. It took 7 years of trying before I got published, that I feel like in that 7 years, I actually was like, oh, wow, this is kind of cool. Oh, the more I learned, I was like, oh, okay. Oh, this is not as simple as I thought it would be. There's a method to this madness. And then when having the books come out, then it's that, oh, wait. The connection with kids. Like, yeah, it was like a slow kind of reveal to figuring that out for me.
I mean, I got into it, I think, probably because of my own son, more than like not necessarily like the audience that's out there and whatnot, but was with that idea though that like I'm doing this for that age group, and I don't think I had previously ever thought like, oh, this is it was never my goal initially to like be a kid lit person. But definitely having a kid made a difference in how I thought about what I make and why I make it.
So why did you leave RISD and get into animation? Was that your goal or no?
Not at all. It was a decision that I got benefit from, but I don't know if I would ever make that decision again in my life.
I've heard you talk about how burnt you were, how like it just like totally.
Yeah, so I never took any animation classes when I was in school. I was supposed to be in an animation class, and I forgot to withdraw from the class, and that's as close as I ever got to the animation or taking animation classes. But I knew all the animators for the most part. They were all friends and whatnot, and so there was a connection there. And then I was trying to do freelance editorial for a long time when I got out. And eventually I was not making what I thought I would make. And I started to go through savings too quickly. I was trying to do it without having to get a job. I was like, I'm going to do this, and I'm just going to, all in kind of thing.
Yeah.
And eventually those savings sort of dried up, and I had to go, okay, well, I need a job. And a friend of mine who was working at an animation studio said, they're hiring. Do you want to apply? And I said, sure. I did the tutorial This at the time it was Macromedia Flash.
Okay, Flash.
Yeah, I did the tutorial a night before the interview. I went in for the interview, got hired. 2 days after starting, which was like 3 days later, I was animating for TV. And,
wow.
And now this was in a style that was maybe a little clunkier than most, so it wasn't as you know, it was Squiggle Vision was the predecessor, so there was a lot of like character design that was a little clunky and whatnot. And I learned a lot along the way, but the fundamentals of just storytelling were kind of in my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
But it was not to be an animator. It just happened to be that I hung out with a lot of animators where I think what I learned along the way, I thought at the time like, oh, I'm going to be an animator forever. And then I taught, and that's when I was like, oh, I want to do something else. Every night when I wasn't animating, I was doing my own sort of paintings or illustration or things of that sort. And then all of a sudden became like, well, do I really want to be an animator or do I want to be something other? Eventually that decision sort of like made sense to jump ship. And I have not really looked back since. I know a lot of people in animation that, you know, animation's lovely. It's fine for them, but it's just not my cup of tea at this point because I don't like the repetition again. That's like, there's one thing to do a page after page and you get to do something new on each page. There's a very different thing when it comes to you're doing frame after frame and it's a very subtle variation. So
I was just recently having a conversation with the guy I'm running the workshop with, Christian Nisi. Like we're having a conversation because he wanted to be an animator. He studied animation, worked in it briefly. I worked in it for a couple of years. And I said, we were talking about how hard it is now. The industry is so hard, animation for people. And I said, even back then, there was this like voice in my head of like, do I have the stamina for that? It's probably one of the most rigorous things you can do as a drawing person.
Yeah.
Even if you're doing, you know, CGI stuff, there's still so much. It's rigorous. It's the hours, the actual hours of labor. It's I will say I have never again felt like Dr. Frankenstein like I did back then. Like you bring your drawings to life and it's alive, you know, it's the best feeling in the world. But to work in that industry and to work at the level of labor that they demand, it is, and the disappointment with the layoffs and the working contract to contract and
late nights.
Oh my God, the night, all you do is go home and sleep, get up and do it again.
Yep.
Go home and sleep, get up and do it again.
If you even have that option, depending on where you are on the deadline.
Right.
Sometimes you stay in studio and keep working through the night and go to the next, the next scene or whatever you need to work on.
Yeah. So I stopped before computers took over. So the last time I ever animated anything was 1995. So, until years later, but that was then like fooling around with Photoshop. So I did not experience anything that is, you know, computer animation based. Okay. So I have watched from afar, you know, and I've always maintained my love of the art form and my interest in the art form. But I feel like the understanding of what something is, people see the shiny object and like, yeah, I want to do that. I'm like, but do you really know? Do you really know?
What's interesting to me is in the collegiate world here, we have all these students that come in and they go like, I want to be an animator.
Right.
And then you find out a lot of them end up switching to illustration. It's not because it's not always because it's easier, but a lot of them just don't like the repetition, or they don't have the desire to be on a project for that sort of length of time or whatever. They want variety, whatever it may be. But then every once in a while we'll get students that go the other direction who are like, want to be an animator, and then they realize they take an animation class and all of a sudden they go, wow, that was really cool that I got to make the thing move.
Yes.
And it's a priority question in a way of like, what is more important to you as far as, is it about the image or is it about the movement? And there's a lot of students who really want to think animation is the thing because they grew up watching animation, but they don't understand the hours that go into it to get just a single little, wiggle of a character or whatever it may be.
Yeah. Yeah, and I remember the feeling of doing that and bringing your drawings to life. And I think like there is a certain magic, and I have had this conversation ad nauseum with people that 2D traditional hand-drawn animation is dead, and I don't think it is dead. It's just an art form that it requires time and money, and most of the entertainment industry doesn't want to put the time and money, into doing it. But there are people who do it as a hybrid, like Cartoon Saloon, the animation company in Ireland. They do a nice hybrid of traditional and computers, and other people who do it too. So I feel like for the most part, and because you teach, and I'm about to teach a class called Drawing for Animation, so I'm about to try to impart the passion that I used to have for something to a bunch of young people who want to go both into animation and gaming. So this is for both things. People who want to do video games and people who want to, which I think is the same thing Montserrat does. So, but the difference is that I'm hoping that the guy at University of Hartford who hired me is like, and I really want the students to get the understanding of what all those principles really mean that so many people skip past, right? These days in animation. And I'm like, yes, like I would love to do that. I really want to teach everybody
principles of animation, or
the principles of animation, the bringing characters to life, making sure the characters have the it's not just about creating the T-pose model sheet, like it's not just that. It's so much more, drawing characters that feel alive and have that breath of life that you have to learn to draw with. So it's it'll be interesting. I'm excited, but I am also have this little cautious little devil on my shoulder saying like the same thing that happened with the kids who weren't art kids. I'm like, but will I be asking too much of them? Because I think their idea of animation is different. And I think so many people want to go into visual development and not actually animating.
That's you see a lot at Montserrat is a lot of people who want to go and do character design for animation.
Yes.
But don't actually want to animate.
Yes.
And sort of not weeding them out in the sense of like you got to get rid of those people and they all need to, whatever it may be. The idea for me is always you need to prioritize, like, are you in it to actually make something move or not?
Right.
And if that's not it, then, you can still be in animation, but you need to focus on the illustrative side of illustration. And if you want to be the one that deals with movement, you need to focus on figurative work, on figure drawing, on actually capturing movement, and not worrying about the like finished product in the same way that someone who wants to do viz dev is. And so it's super, super challenging to kind of parse out what everybody's interest is. Because they don't 100% know, or at least the students that I've dealt with on that same level have not known exactly what they're walking into until it's, I don't want to say too late, but they don't know until they're in it.
Right. And I also think that telling them how few jobs, like you can't have every art school who has what they call animation or a viz dev department pumping out students for very few jobs.
Yep.
There's so few jobs. Like, that's the thing that always blows my mind. There weren't many schools that had animation departments when I was looking to go to college. And my mom and dad didn't want me to move to California. There was Sheridan, which was in Canada.
Yep.
They did have the department. I got accepted to School of Visual Arts, and my mom and dad were like, "You're not going to live in the big city." So I wound up going to Syracuse. Syracuse did not have. They just had illustration, and they kind of sold me a little bit of a bill of goods that, like, oh no, you can do some here, like you can do it here. And it turned out I had to get a job at an animation company when I was in college to actually learn like how to animate. But I think that it's a fascinating situation as I learn more about the world of art education in colleges is this idea of filling the chairs and filling the butts, like putting the butts in chairs and getting the tuition.
Yeah.
It seems to me like there's a little bit of that of like, what did all the kids want to do? Well, let's just get them in here. One of the things I would tell you, I mean, I know, I think I said it to you at Montserrat graduation. I was like, I know you come to like a million of these, like they're old to you. It was such a lovely graduation because I think that I didn't, my kid went there as a transfer student, and I think it was with a wing and a prayer, really, after what had happened to Hampshire College. It was like, okay, let's just go there. So, I think the nice thing is that being at a smaller art school, it's a little bit, it doesn't feel like a factory. I guess I'll say it that way. Some of the other art schools sometimes can feel a little bit like a factory, which I think what Jace's revulsion was to Ringling. And I don't want to insult anybody who teaches at Ringling or went to Ringling, but my impression and a lot that I've heard is that it's very much like pump, 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 pump to the entertainment,
Yeah, it is
industry.
It is very much towards that entertainment side of the industry. Let's put it that way. I mean, the thing that I like about Montserrat, and Montserrat has its problems, and don't get me wrong, it has lots of problems, as any college does. But the thing I like about it is that scale. Very, like, people, and you get to, like, the equivalent of at graduation, when I gave that speech or whatever, I looked out in the crowd and I could see not just the illustrators, but I could see students that I've interacted with in portfolio reviews and conversations in the hallway, in all these different situations that you don't get in the big college. Like when I was down at UMass Dartmouth, I would sometimes never see the student outside of the classroom. And I feel like that doesn't happen in a very small school like Montserrat. And I'm not saying that it's the only answers to have a school like Montserrat, but I think that scale does make a huge difference in sort of who we are as a college, and then becomes a like question of like all these schools out there say we care about the students. Every single, what college would go like, we don't care about the student. I do think there is a type of school that is, and Montserrat sort of fits this bill, but I don't know if it's the sole answer, of really does think about the individual and care. And I hope that came through with when Jace went to school there, that understood that they understood that, like, they weren't just a number that people care. I mean, there was a time, and not to embarrass Jace, but I remember there was a time where there was tears that were had over the right school. And did Jace make the right choice going to Montserrat? And now looking back at it, it kind of feels silly, because in reality, like, it probably was a very good school for Jace. And I mean, Jace walked out with an experience that was very unique, that you wouldn't get in some of the bigger colleges. And I don't know, it's an interesting, though, that world of higher ed and how it relates to the individual, I think is sort of fascinating, and it really breaks down a lot of what do I say? It changes a lot depending on how many people are in the classroom, how invested the teacher is, whether the students are just a number, whether it's you know, whether there's a vested interest in them as people and not just can we get a good number on a page, not just like for graduation, but even for like even for careers after. Like, I'm happy if my students are happy. I don't care what they do. And I think there's a problem in a lot of schooling wherein, if including my school, of if you don't succeed as an artist, that somehow you're seen as a failure.
Right.
And it's like, no, in reality, art school is about learning how to be creative and how to tackle interesting, challenging problems that are not just by the book. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think I know even my own graduating class, I think that there were maybe 3 of us that stayed with illustration out of a class. I don't know, maybe there were 100 kids. I remember in my 20s continually going back and trying to find the people I graduated and seeing how many people had fallen out of. Like, some people literally the day they graduated was like, freelance? No. Like, and they just, left illustration. And then there were those that tried, right, but then gave up within that decade after college. And I think that's true of I think it is truly a smaller percent of students that will go on in art and have a successful, art career. But my God, again, like, if you can use your imagination, if you have a well-developed imagination, how many like you said, how many problems can you solve? You've worked on all that creative thinking and thinking outside of the box and thinking of different ways and to approach something. So yeah, I mean, that's again kind of circles back to my doomed feeling of what's going on in the world these days. But yeah, there's that. It's like being, I keep using the analogy of the band on the Titanic, and I keep saying, just play on, play on.
I'm like, it's interesting to me that this Kate Snowbird art, yes, Philly right now has a school that's basically shut down in a really bad way. Let's put it that way.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, and
it was absolute tragedy.
In fact, the Montserrat's trying to reach out to a lot of those students and seeing if we can make an agreement to help those students get through, similar to what happened with Jace in that sense.
Yeah.
School shut down, and if you like that sort of smaller school, you like the environment there versus having to jump into a sort of a big college situation. But the thing that, like, we mentioned that idea of me teasing, and I said it in my speech, honestly, that like the things that I remember are not the artwork. Like, I remember the conversations, and I remember the silly things that happened in the hallway, and I remember those moments.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing that, like, I'm sure happens in bigger schools, but is more pronounced in a school that is small, because you see people in those things happen not behind the scenes when I'm in my office in a whole nother building. It happens right outside my room, and I know who all those students are, and I know what trouble they get into and what hijinks they do at home, and all of that stuff. And so, like, I cherish those moments. Let's put it that way. I feel like people are like, why are they talking about school so much? Tell me, okay, so we're gonna jump ship. You're out right now. You're in Western Mass.
Western Mass.
What town are you in?
I'm in Southampton, so I am 2 towns from Northampton. So till in 2029, I left Brooklyn and I moved to Amherst. So I was in Amherst, but then my mom moved in with me and I had a tiny house and that house got too tiny. So I moved from Amherst, which is where the Eric Carle Museum is, in Amherst. And then I moved about a half hour away. So I'm on the flip side of the Connecticut River in Southampton, Massachusetts, which is very rural. So I went from a college town. What'd you say?
I said, how rural is it?
It's so rural. Like, yeah. So I have had bear, bobcat, moose and squirrel. I've had, yeah, I have an endless fight between red squirrels, chipmunks, and regular gray squirrels invading my home. Yeah, I guess I thought, hey, Amherst to Northampton, Southampton can't be that different. It's so different. Just take a 15-minute drive outside of that kind of college town feeling, and you're in farms.
Are you saying it's the wrong side of the tracks?
It is. I would not say it's the wrong side of tracks. I would say the tracks ended a couple miles down the road.
Yeah, this is you haven't seen a person in a long time situation.
I have one neighbor. So I live on what at one time was a dairy farm. I only own approximately 4 acres.
I like it.
But it
only,
was.
But to a lot of people, are like,
yeah.
4 acres. But out there.
Well, I will say the reason why I moved out here is because it was more affordable, right? So why would an area be more affordable? Well, because there's no restaurants, there's no stores. Yeah, it's just it's very quiet. I have a house that's from 1838, which is a farmhouse. It's a big old farmhouse. I do like that my studio. I have a studio, or I have a room that's nothing but a studio.
Yeah.
Which I love. That I have a designated space now to go to, and my brain can click in, right? To like you have your basement, like it's a space I know, like I'm here to do this. I click into being creative. It used to be the place where they'd pull in the horse and carriage is where my studio is. So it's kind of cool. It doesn't have real heat, so I have a wood burning stove.
Okay, yeah, you have heat. It's just not. I thought you were saying it had no heat at all, and I'm like, oh man.
Now, I put in one of those mini splits.
Okay.
So I have a supplemental heat and cooling. But I will say that's expensive to run. So I try to hold off running the mini split as much as I possibly can. And the wood burning is the primary source of heat during the winters. I have to lug wood and burn wood and yeah, far from the Jersey Shore. Yeah, so that's where I live.
I mean, this is gonna sound awful probably to you, but I'll explain in a bit. I've never been to the Eric Carle Museum.
You have to come.
I've never been to the Rockwell Museum. I've never out to those environments, partially because we keep saying like as a group we're gonna go, and then we just never go. And then when the conference was down in that area, I would just pop in for the conference and not for like I'd go home afterwards, and that was that. So at some point, yes, I do need to go and experience those locations.
But you know where I'm going this weekend? I am going to the Rockwell Museum on Saturday. I treated myself because I never do anything fun for myself. There is a party for the opening of the exhibit of Mad Magazine art.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
And I'm like, I never do anything for myself. I bet that's going to be a night full of laughs.
I sure hope they have a menu for food and that you fold it to find out what the meal is.
In honor of Al Jaffe, Please, everyone, fold your menus.
Wouldn't that be amazing if they had some little like tricks like that up their sleeves? So,
absolutely.
The parody, like gap teeth that everybody can wear.
Yeah.
And all there's got to be so much silliness that could happen at an event like that.
Yeah.
I've never been out in the area without some sort of like event that I was going to that required a specific time, and I just didn't have the ability to explore. And so I need to go out there and do it at some point. I need to get out there. If I ever come out that way, I will holler at you and say, show me the sights. Tell me where I need to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Berkshires, right, which is where the Rockwell is, the Berkshires are about 45 minutes from here. And it's just a different mountain range. Over here, we're in a valley, right? So the valley is between, I don't know what the name of the other mountain range is, but that mountain range goes to New Hampshire, which is where you're from. And then the Berkshires are the other mountain range, and we're in the valley. So it takes about 45 minutes to drive to the Rockwell. Where are you in New Hampshire?
Do you know where Haverhill is? Do you know where Lawrence and Methuen and whatnot in Massachusetts are?
I have a vague knowledge of Haverhill.
We are, if you go up 93 out of Boston, the first exit in New Hampshire, that's us, basically.
Okay.
The end of our street on one direction is basically New Hampshire. Massachusetts, rather. The hard part for me is because we live in a town called Salem, and then I work in Beverly next to Salem, and people ask me where I live, and I say Salem. I always have to explain.
There are no witches.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, different Salem. It's more commercial, and it has some politics that I don't necessarily agree with. Let's put it that way.
Right. Well, yeah, believe it or not, like I think the Pioneer Valley is considered one of the most liberal places in the United States of America. But if you drive 15 minutes outside where I live, it's anybody's game. Over here.
I remember driving to the Finger Lakes for someone's wedding, and in New York, and it was like once we got close to Ithaca, I think it was, all the signage changed very, very quickly, and it's like, oh, there's a different environment over here. It was a little bit sketchy there for a minute. Is there? Oh, that's not tall enough. I didn't get rid of that tire. Is there a reason why you chose that area just in general? I mean, it does have a huge kidlit connection.
Yeah. When I found myself, right, so I found myself going through this divorce, and I had a house when I was married in Long Island, and I think I lived there for 17 years, raised Jace till the age of 15 in this house, and then went to Brooklyn for 3 years, lived in Brooklyn for 3 years while I was going through this time period for Jace to finish high school. And that move was like a forced move. I didn't plan on leaving my house. I kind of got forced out of the house. So that was a very weird, Jace and I just had a conversation where we said, wow, like we're on the other side now. For the longest time, we didn't recognize we were on the other side, but we're like, with Jace's graduation and my impending graduation, we're both like, we made it through. Like, it's an awesome feeling to say, like, like we're both
2 graduates.
Yeah. And I think we both had to do a lot of healing, and I think we both kind of recognized in each other, like, you seem pretty good, and Jason's like, you seem pretty good too. I'm like, okay, we made it. So I moved to Brooklyn, and then when the divorce is over, there's no way in heck I would have been able to afford to live there. So I was like, well, while I was married, we had purchased this really tiny house in Amherst because of the kidlit community. So as I first got published in my married life, which he had quite a lot of money. So we had purchased a second home. And during the divorce, because I was forced out of the primary home in Long Island, I fought like a badger, or like the Tasmanian devil. I fought like a maniac to hold on to this little house, because I was like, I could live there, I can afford it, I know people there, and I need somewhere to go. So the whole time that Jason and I lived in Brooklyn, we would escape our tiny apartment above a Japanese restaurant in a scary, not so great place. We would drive up and stay at the Amherst house. So it became like this oasis that we would get away to. So I managed to keep that tiny house in Amherst as part of the settlement. I did have to pay off the mortgage to him. Didn't get it for free. I had to pay him off. But having that tiny little house, this is the fascinating story of the volatile real estate market. When my mom moved in with me during the pandemic, it was so tiny. Jace moved back home, right? Hampshire had gone through its thing. So we had 3 people living in a house that was very, very, very tiny, 3 grown people and not enough room for them. And my mom was living in the living room because there was only 2 bedrooms. And it was just so tiny. And so the thought started to happen. I was like, oh no, I don't know, this is the living arrangement. What's going to happen? We're on top of each other and annoying the heck out of each other. So at a certain point in end of 2020, I decided to move. And that house in Amherst was sold at this amazing, bizarre time when real estate was being like exploded. I had 9 people in a bidding war for this tiny house in Amherst. And I'm saying this, and I don't think my ex-husband is ever going to watch your Gab and Doodle, but I always thought if he found out what I sold that house for, he would be livid, because I more than tripled the amount of money we paid for that house.
Well, let me hold on 1 second. I got to invite in a special guest that I've arranged for.
And here he is. Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
That'd be.
Yeah, I would not be. Yeah,
you would not be happy with that. That'd be so weird.
Yeah. So I bought this house. So I definitely moved here because I felt I was moving into a place that was somewhat like, after a very scary time, it felt very safe to move up here.
Yeah.
It was a fresh start, but I didn't have to start from scratch. So that was the reason to move here. And I will say, it is a very pretty place. The Pioneer Valley is very pretty. There's lots of nature, but yet things to do. Because of the college town
in general is like just sort of a stunning area.
Yeah.
You can get out there. It's a matter of like me, I don't have time to get out in that neck of the woods.
Right.
There's nothing good out there anyways.
Yeah. But yeah, and especially in the fall, I would say the winters can be a little bit harsh, but I'm sure you get that too where you are. And it's New England winters can be a little harsher than Jersey Shore, or even Long Island winters.
Don't you miss your meatheads, your what do they call them on Jersey Shore? Gorillas or juice something. I forget what the name they call them.
No, and no. Jersey Shore people are not like that. I think that yeah, I think those of us that grew up on the Jersey Shore know how awesome and magical it is, because there are the people that come there on vacation, but they're the people that live there full time, and it's really great place. I moved to Long Island, which is basically a Long Beach too, right? It's all coast on Long Island. But Long Island has that New York thing, which New Jersey and New York are right next to each other. They hate each other. And it's funny because there's an assertiveness to New Yorkers that was shocking for a long time. just being a mom, bringing my kid to school in Long Island, I'd stand and you do drop off and pick up, and the other moms would gather around and be like, you know what she does all day? She draws. You see that one? She draws all day. Yeah. And I'd be like, yeah, I do. Yeah. Well, you gonna draw something for us? It would be like, holy shit, where do I live?
They're just jealous. They're just jealous. They have they need to they need to find their own cool career like art.
Yeah. But it was not common, and you go and you move somewhere up here, right? You can sneeze and you can hit an illustrator, not even just children's books.
Yeah.
You can hit a fantasy illustrator. You can hit an editorial illustrator up here.
Or potentially some wildlife.
Yeah.
some things that are more than just plain old people. If it wasn't for the teaching gig and having to be where I am, I do think that I would consider like moving out to an area like that, just because of the community, just the amount of people that are out there that are in the industry that understand the woes of your everyday sort of illustration career. I think would be quite rewarding. But I also am not going to pack up my kid right now.
No, I think there's pluses and minuses to living in a community that is so tied to what you do for a living, because some days you just want to go to the grocery store and you don't want to see anybody that has anything to do with what you do for a living.
Does that happen? Do you run into people going like, oh,
yeah,
hey,
definitely more when I lived in Amherst.
Yeah.
When I lived in Amherst all the time, every time. Yeah. So, you might throw a baseball hat on your messy hair and run to the grocery store and, oh, look, it's Mo Willems. I'm going to go down the other aisle. Not that he's not a wonderful man. He's very nice. But
that's the time you're buying a big pack of toilet paper.
Yeah. The 24 pack.
Oh, that's not a big pack.
I'll just hold this pack of toilet paper on my shoulder so that as I walk by, yeah.
So like, there's something behind it I'm trying to get to. It's not this. It's
that's yeah. So sometimes that happens, and you're just like, I just want to go.
Yeah, we got nothing up here. You come up my way, and you're lucky if you run into anybody that even knows what knows illustration is as a job, because it's such a like commercial district, and it's a lot of the area that we're in has a lot of conservatives that have moved out of Massachusetts just across the border so they could get some tax-free help.
Wow.
So that's what we end up with a lot of. That's why it's a very like conservative area, and we have to deal with some of the things that go along with that. But at the same time, I have a yard. I'm close to Boston. Like there's other benefits that weigh into it.
So how far are you from Boston? How long does it take you to get into
25
Boston?
minutes, maybe max.
Yeah, that's awesome. I've started to really fall in love with Boston. It's such a nice, easy, and I know some people say driving in and out isn't easy, but like I think it's a very easy city, having lived so close to New York City for so long and being in it, living in Brooklyn. I still love Manhattan. I still love New York, and I miss it. But Boston's so easy. I will say everything closes so early in Boston.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely don't like the driving because I definitely like not having to worry about a parking space.
Right. Well, you can take the train easily, which I guess I can too, but you're close. You can take a train.
Well, we have a bus system around here where like literally hop on a bus and it drops you off at South Station, and you can park and you don't have to pay them. So like when we do the airport and stuff like that, we always use that, and it's quite lovely. But there's people that do it every day, and I don't know how they afford that. But but to me, I wanted to stay close to the city, but I also wanted to be outside of city.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we got. That's where we got where we are, and now we have to deal with it on a regular basis. I just a heads up. I think we only have like 6 minutes left before it's going to kick us off.
Oh, I have one question before we go.
Okay.
You're going to Ireland.
I am.
And you're going to Ireland. Jace told me you're going with students.
I am.
I thought you were going on a vacation, but you're actually going as an educator.
Yeah, we're running a narrative class over there, and so Erin Dion, who you know as well, is teaching the humanities reading writing side of it, and I'm teaching a narrative art in Ireland class, and so we're going to be spending time going out and looking at castles and then coming back and writing about them and drawing about them, and the students.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, they're going to end up doing a visual essay, but it can be a little bit open-ended. It could be like a visual essay as a picture book, a visual essay as a comic book, a visual essay as, et cetera, down the line. And so we get to go over there, and I get to try to drive on the road on the wrong side, which is scaring me to death.
Can I tell you my rhyme? Because I was there for 2 months at an artist residency.
Okay.
So this is the rhyme, and you just have to remember what it means. Righty whitey, lefty tighty. Don't confuse it with tighty whities, right? It's righty whitey, lefty tighty, meaning your left turns are tight and your right turns are wide, because it's the opposite of here. So when you make a right turn here, you're hugging the curb, and you're making a left turn wide in America, right? To the opposite lane. But when you're in Ireland, it's your right turns are wide and your left turns are tight.
I was thinking of bringing some yellow sticky notes and actually putting them on the windshield for myself. Yeah. For that.
You could do that too.
Supposedly they do it in some of the rental cars over there. They have signage in the car that say that.
Yeah. So, what area are you gonna like? Where's your home base?
Well, do you know the Burren? Have you ever heard of the Burren over there?
I think so. Yeah. So
it's on the western edge. It's just near Galway, and it's in a town called Ballyvon.
Well, I'm excited to hear all about it when you're done.
Cool. And the hope is that every year that we do it, that we can have more and more students show up, and then eventually it might turn into a outreach beyond just students and become like bring art directors and editors and whatnot and turn it into a workshop type thing in Ireland for sort of continuing ed and adults and things of the sort.
Wow, that's awesome.
This is sort of our scouting mission.
Yeah.
So
that sounds awesome.
You do real quick, because we only have a couple minutes. Why don't you do a plug real quick for your
oh, cool. I will do that, and then we'll go. Yeah.
For the cartoon,
right?
Just in case people didn't hear it at the beginning.
So I am doing, along with another cartoonist named Christian J. Misi, a cartooning skills workshop/retreat at the Highlights Foundation from August 11th to the 14th. You can go to cartooneverything.com, get all the information. If you are interested in comics, graphic novels, comic strips, kids comics, picture books, storyboarding, caricature, and want to work on your skills to exaggerate and take reality to a place that is all your own, go visit cartooneverything.com.
Super commercial right there. Hey, you got it all in one shot. This has been a pleasure. Oh, I didn't even look up, and now I just saw it was on the screen.
Yes, I'm ready to go.
This has been a pleasure talking with. I mean, we've done the game and Doodle before, but it was nice to have just a conversation between the two of us without those losers involved.
Yeah.
They just got in the way the whole time. no, I'll be in touch. This is at some point I am really going to try to get out there and visit the museums and whatnot out that way, and I will I'm going to holler at you whether you want me to or not.
Okay, that'd be great.
Show me the ropes.
Yeah.
But this has been fun, and I will also say what's because we talked about Jace a little bit. What's Jace's Instagram or what's Jace's handles, so folks can go out and share the love there too.
Oh, J Adam B at Insta. Yeah, I mean, you always can find Jace through me too on my Instagram, but yeah, I know Jace would roll their eyes right now just even knowing that we said that.
Go out there and say horrible things about, or say that we were talking about them the whole time.
Yeah.
But no, this has been a pleasure, and I will be in touch. And we converse all the time, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah. Oh, thanks so much for having me. It was fun. And the time flew.
Thank you. Go have a lovely evening. Go.
Yes.
Go to the store, buy some toilet paper, and then knock on Mo Willems.
Yeah. Now I live far away, so
that's right. You can't.
Yeah. I don't have to do it as much anymore. But you know.
Anyways, just for the.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Have a good one.
All right. Bye. I don't know how to shut this off.
There's a little X.
Okay. Hit the X. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, wait, look at your deli now.